Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous depths of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, Jason Phelps, and I'm joined, as ever, by Robbie, Insidious Bellekom, Sam, Darth Sidious Burns, and Ellie, Deciduous Sparrow.
I am a tree. I am tree. My leaves turn brown in the autumn.
Leaves. It's winter, so you are leafless.
Oh no,
unless
I'm
she's
naked.
Well, deciduous.
Ah, yeah, true.
Much like the trees in Jimothy, they were very much. You are barren and stark, but spring may yet come and give you bloom.
Only sleeping. It's all right. It's only sleeping.
There are trees in Jimothy.
No!
The wind's free and Jimothy.
Pretend you haven't had that in your head the whole freaking time.
Listeners, it's been 24 hours since we recorded that. We're doing a bit of a post-Christmas marathon.
Yeah.
I don't think that stopped going on a loop in my head since, to be honest.
Nope.
I think that's just continued, truthfully.
Nope.
Speaking of distressing loops, it's that time where we call into the dim and distant future to ask future us what messages from the present. Hello, it's future Jason, part of the distressing loop once more. Part of the distressing loop once more. Once more. Libris Arcana offers monthly or quarterly dice subscriptions. Head over to librisarcana.com and for less than $12, just under £9, you'll receive a set of 7 premium dice and one's randomly selected bonus die every month to sate the will of the die-hungry beast below. This month's set is the Shattered Ruby. It's cocktail hour again, so listen up if you want to make the dangerously untested and potentially erratic Shattered Ruby yourself at home. You will need 1 ruby red grapefruit, sanguinello, also known as the blood orange, or just an ordinary orange, some coarse red sugar, or just granulated sugar and red food dye, sherbet! How much? Who knows? 2 cups of fresh red ruby grapefruit, blood orange or orange juice, chilled, 1 cup of vodka, for preference tangerine or clementine flavoured if you can get it, a bottle of chilled pink prosecco, and cracked or crushed ice. If you don't have red sugar, you can make it by combining half a cup of white sugar crystals and half a teaspoon of red food dye in a resealable plastic bag. Put them in the bag, close the bag, knead the sugar until the dye is mixed in, and then spread it out on a baking sheet and leave it to dry for half an hour. If you're doing this step, you might as well try combining the sherbet in and seeing if you can get coloured sherbet as well. Maybe you can. I have no idea. I haven't tried this. Once you have the red sugar and sherbet, mix them together on a plate and take your martini glasses. Cut wedges from your citrus fruit of choice, whether that's the red grapefruit, sanguinello or ordinary orange, and rim the glasses with the wedges. Then dip the glasses in the plate of mixed sugar and sherbet so that they have a fun, sugary rim. Next, mix together the fruit juice and vodka in a pitcher, then slowly stir in your pink prosecco. Add the crushed or cracked ice to your martini glasses and pour the drink mixture over the ice. Garnish with one of the citrus wedges and voila, you have your very own Shattered Ruby. Listen up for a spot from our friends the Dice Girls during the break this episode. Congratulations to our friends over at Ice Cream Dice, by the way, on their ridiculously successful Kickstarter campaign. Completed in 9 hours, the campaign has successfully racked up double its funding goal with 22 days left on the project. For those of you who aren't aware, Ice Cream Dice not only creates beautiful ice cream flavoured themed dice, which I regret to say are not edible and upon licking do not actually taste of those flavours, but you can't have everything, but does so with a mind to its profits supporting a fantastic charity, the Forging Heroes Society. Forging Heroes is a charity devoted to encouraging, empowering, uplifting and educating children through the medium of tabletop role-playing games and the leadership of positive adult role-playing models. In short, they help kids learn and expand their horizons by getting them into D&D. If this is a cause you'd like to support and you want to get some fun dice out of the bargain, head to the Ice Cream Dice Kickstarter, we'll drop a link in the description, and subscribe for a set of the various cool flavours available. We have a coffee page. You can head to ko-fi.com/Flintlocks and Fireballs. There's a link in the episode description. And if you're feeling generous, why not buy us a coffee? Coffee is an ad-free, subscription-free way to give a one-off donation to artists you love with no strings attached, with donation amounts measured as cups of coffee. And if you can't donate, don't worry. We still love you. Our content's free for a reason. But if you can share the coffee page with others, we'd really appreciate that too. And now, back to you, Past Jason. And now, back to you, Past Jason. And now, back to you, Past Jason. To ask future us what messages from the present. To ask future us what messages from the present.
Why are you like this?
Creepy time loop.
I'm going to bed.
No. I told you, Jason, like, it was a couple of episodes ago now, but I can't remember exactly which one. You're trying to create a paradox, aren't you? Stop
To
it.
ask future us what messages from the...
God, someone write a fanfic to shut him up, please.
And on the subject of fiction,
Let's start our fictional story. Good segue.
Yeah,
It's not fictional.
Aw.
it's time for Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party, after spending the better part of a month trapped in the forests of Meadmere, eventually managed to find a shortcut out via a magical gateway in the control of a fairy prince, leading them into the mysterious and dangerous Dreamfold. After emerging from the mysterious and dangerous Dreamfold, they entered the mysterious and dangerous town of Jimothy. I'm not going to go over that any further. However, in the course of their adventures in Jimothy, a musical town, the party became aware that a companion of theirs, certainly an erstwhile figure, at least bearing the form of Stringer Smith, may well have appeared to have stolen vital food from Scamp's backpack. As the party had learned, waking world food, if allowed to be consumed by a creature of dreams, might well allow it to become a living nightmare, able to cross between the worlds. Although it takes more than just a pack of food to be able to persist indefinitely in the waking world. As Fighty Gubbenswick has informed you, as Smith, for want of a better descriptors, current state is, he will need to return again to the Dreamfold to restore himself. Although he can subsist for some time in the waking world, if he's trapped here indefinitely, he will die, for want of a better description, possibly fade out of existence. Yeah. Nevertheless, as demonstrated by the deserters and the former partner of your travelling companion, Elizabeth, were hanged, one left to spread the message, it appears that Smith is most definitely in the waking world. He cannot return to the Dreamfold portal in Jimothy, so will be forced to head out into the hinterlands of Suul in search of another naturally occurring one. These portals, as Fighty has explained, tend to be ephemeral, only appearing for a night or perhaps a few nights at a time, but a creature of nightmare can usually sense where they will turn up. So, the 6 of you, the Celestia, Corzin, Scamp, Lisabeth, her son Henri, Fighty, and I didn't actually mention it, but there is also Lisabeth's pack horse, Beale.
Beale.
Yes,
Beale. How's that
Lisabeth's
spelled?
pack horse Beale was picked up, as it were, in a scene that we didn't bother to air. On her way out of town, she collected it from the Jimothy stables, which are, of course, possibly you never met them, but possibly run by Jimothy Al-Sidib.
How is
you-
Beale
Timothy
spelled?
Al-Sidib.
Who knows?
Of
Who
course.
knows? So,
Wasted opportunity there.
indeed. Having crossed up to the pass out of Jimothy, out of the valley of Jimothy, and melted away the remaining pieces of snow, most of which had already been shoveled out of the pass, you were able to cross out. It is the morning of the 7th of full frost. It takes you several hours to navigate the pass, descending down the mountain. It is a cold, frosty day. There's no snowfall right now, but up here in the mountains, a lot of residual snow is still here, and in some places packed down into hard ice. But you can see stretching out below you to the south and southeast, for miles and miles to come, the rolling hill. Initially rolling hills and then just verdant fields of Suul. You can see even from this distance the forks of the tributaries of the river Arles in its winding bend down towards the sea, and inevitably passing through the capital city of Alessant. You'll most likely need to go there. That's where that at least is where Lisabeth is heading, in order to chart passage to Caen, or should you wish to take a land route to go around, as there are limited bridges that one may follow. Over the course of the journey, at least heading down to some of the foothill areas, you make your way down to the small Soulish town of Saint-Exupéry. It is a small town, larger than Jimothy, but definitely a mountain town. It's you get the feeling that this is probably the last stop before heading up into the Sun's Crest range, where trade with the dwarven clans might be possible, or perhaps visiting one of the many mountain villages that serve as mining outposts. Lisabeth turns to you. Good. I'm glad we are here. Looking up, it's now early afternoon, you'd say. The sun is rolling on in the sky. I left our guards at the Duck and Goose. If we should head there, we should be able to connect with them and have some security for our trip onwards.
Security would not go amiss, darling, to be honest.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I thought we were the security.
Well,
No.
you
No,
must. Your assistance is very appreciated, but I did not come cross through the somewhat treacherous roads at the moment without at least some bodyguards. After all manner of people might want Bill. Some might just want him for his meat, but also have quite a lot of valuable items on him right now.
Yeah,
He's
and
a pony.
aforementioned war.
The
So,
aforementioned war. Well, the war is over, but
That means people are poor as shit, right?
exactly. And indeed, looking around Saint-Exupéry, you can see that this town has seen some better days. It's not completely dilapidated, but in stark contrast to the brightly coloured, well-maintained walls of Jimothy, Saint-Exupéry, the paint is peeling. There are rooftops which are not broken, in need of repair. Like you can see where a lot of the there are missing roof tiles, places where they in some of the poorer houses that are thatched, the roofing is in dire need of replacement. And there are also not that many people around. You get the feeling that people are mostly keeping to their houses. Those that you do see are trudging. They're kind of their posture slightly stooped, eyes sallow and a little defocused. You see one person actually scurrying towards their house, hands hunched over what looks like a small sack of maybe grain.
Has it always been this depressing, or is this the war?
The war has taken its tolls, although in truth it is more the taxes. The king has been extracting... Well, the king has been taking a large amount of taxes for a long time, but I do not know if you are aware of this. We've had... I think the regent is frowning upon us for some... Perhaps for the war. Certainly some great sin our people, or maybe just the king, has committed. For we have had 3 poor harvests in a row now.
Really?
Mm.
What, has stuff just been dying?
Things don't get like this overnight.
No, I mean, I appreciate where you come from. There's probably not, things do not work as the same way, but...
Well, we don't really have weather, so like poor harvest isn't... It's just not really a problem when you don't have weather.
1 year, problems with a crop blight the 2nd year. This year, there were horrendous rains which ended up leaving much of the crops just sodden and rotting in the fields.
God's weather is bullshit, isn't it?
Oh,
It can be, yes.
I mean, I thought it was fun. This doesn't sound fun.
Do you get insects in the Underdark? Is that a problem you have?
Do we get insects in the
You
Underdark?
get so many insects.
Quite
you get
big
big
ones,
insects, you
I
get
would
small
imagine.
insects. There are actually a lot of small insects which the
Yeah.
bats eat.
We do have all the fucking insects, darling. Yeah, that is a thing that happens.
So that must make bad crops sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really from a farming community, so I don't really know.
Regardless, at first it meant buying in food from elsewhere, but well, you can only continue doing that for so long before people's pockets run out, and then the treasury runs out, and if you're running a war at the same time,
Bollocks, basically.
thing that I think the phrase is tax to the hilt. She
Wars are
shakes her head.
expensive.
Indeed they are. I am glad this one is over, but she shakes her head. Come on, Bill. And it is Bill, although that's more of an accent, so you could probably call this pony Bill if you wanted to.
Okay.
Definitely calling it Bill.
Yeah.
And then abandon it outside of mine.
Oh no!
Oh
No!
It's fine. Bill's fine.
no! Bill
Is
definitely makes
living.
their
Bill
way
is
back to
living his
Prancing Pony.
best life somewhere. I
Yeah,
refuse
he
to
definitely
accept.
manages to find
anything
his
else.
way back to the Prancing Pony despite all of those dangers they crossed and that one mountain pass.
He's living his best life.
Yep,
It's fine.
yep. Okay, so so you head on in to the Duck and Goose, which has a jaunty sign of a duck dancing with a goose. The paint's probably needs repainting a little bit. It's been some time now, but looking through, you can see that the tavern. This particular tavern is fairly large and kind of empty at the moment. It's one of those ones which has like a nice long sort of central hearth. It's kind of to help heat up the large space between the stone walls. There's still some care that have gone into. You can see that the owner has hung just large bundles of dried herbs from the rafters, just to try and give the place a bit more of a pleasant smell. But nevertheless, there's the conspicuous absence of patrons for the most part, apart from 6 individuals in just sort of heavy kind of thick woolen long coats with, you see they have muskets, they have sabres, and they look up and with acknowledgement upon your arrival. These are presumably the mercenaries that Lisabeth hired to serve as guards for her pack. You can also see there is the innkeeper, the human woman, brunette, got a very heavy, like thick eyebrow, but yeah.
Just the one.
Oh no! It's not a unibrow.
You didn't put an S on the end of
Sorry,
the eyebrow.
yeah,
And I was
eyebrows. Quite kind of like a bit of a jutting forward brow, but thick eyebrows as well.
Not one really thin one and one really thick one.
And yeah, it's quite a slender sort of figure. But you can see where their clothes, while nice in places, have obviously been patched up a bit here and there.
Mm.
She looks up as you arrive. Hello, welcome to the Dark and Goose. She cracks her jaw a little bit. Elizabeth, it's good to see you again. And I see you have brought friends. She looks a little peculiarly at the tiefling drow,
Goat Lord.
Drow in the multicoloured in the flashy clothing. Assuming you've put your flashy clothing back on.
Yes, of
Yep,
course.
in the
New
flashy
town,
clothing.
I've got to dress appropriately.
And the halfling who has 2 sabres, 2 pistols, a carbine, and a blunderbuss.
Jesus
We've
Christ.
never really addressed how many weapons you're carrying.
And a
because it's
sling
getting
staff
there.
as well. I'm assuming a lot of them are strapped to your backpack, but
Yeah, like the
It's
sling
getting to the
stuff
level of
definitely
the
is.
It's like the musical instruments now. You both look like you're...
One-man band kind of
you're
thing.
kind of armed to the teeth. Like, you've acquired a few new weapons recently and things like that, and this is the first time that you've really acknowledged like someone in a normal setting looking you up and down as if you are a heavily armed madman.
You know, the pistols are strung across bandoliers, and
You look insane.
yeah,
You are a 2'10" man with 6 weapons on you. That is actually quite terrifying. That's quite intimidating.
I assume the carbine is slung across the back. The blunderbuss is probably slotted into it's a holster on the pack. But still, that's 2 bandolier. That's 2 pistols on a bandolier across your chest, and 2 swords at your hip.
It's a lot.
Yeah. I've got a slingshot and a small knife.
Yeah.
I've just got loads of instruments. I also have a rapier and a gun, but I don't
Like,
imagine.
comparatively speaking.
Also,
Are
I would
they
imagine them sort of under the coat, the
Yeah.
rapier and the gun. I don't
Yeah.
think they're like, look at my fucking gun. I think
Yeah,
they're
yours
like,
are a little bit more concealed.
Yeah.
It's practically impossible for Corzin to conceal how many weapons he's carrying. At least not without some very impressive sleight of hand checks. But yeah, she kind of looks you up and down. I see you have brought on more guards.
Yes, I'm very scary.
I'm not a guard, I'm a musician.
Grr.
I'm just gonna roll to see if she even knows what you might be.
Grr.
She genuinely seems a little unnerved.
Yeah, they're very scary, it's a problem.
The one of the guards looks up, and you can see he's kind of got a dark sort of hair, pale skin, kind of a Meadmere-ish look to him actually. And he calls out, "So long as you're still planning on paying us our agreed fee, Elizabeth, of course will not be a problem." Mm.
Right, just a thought. We should probably have a look around this town and see if anybody's seen a mad cannibal man.
I suppose, yeah.
I turned to the barmaid. You haven't seen a mad cannibal man, have you?
No,
With
no,
sort of-
I have not seen any mad cannibal man. She looks up. She looks up, and you see actually she has folded up by one side where she was cleaning out a mug. There is a rolled up newspaper. It says, "Unless it is in the newspaper."
I'm going to have a look at the newspaper. Thank you very much. Also, could I have a whiskey, please, if you have any, or whatever you have? It's fine.
Very well. That will be 5 copper pieces.
Of course.
Milk, please.
And 2 for you. Make an intelligence check.
What, me?
Anyone who wants to.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Yeah, this is woefully overcharging for what this should be.
I don't say anything. It's
Sure.
fine.
Yeah. Just so you're aware. It's about twice the price it should be.
I'm going to overpay
so-
slightly anyway.
Wouldn't give a shit.
You wouldn't give a shit.
No,
but
I really
like, you
wouldn't.
do notice, at least. So the newspaper appears to be a copy of the Alicent Enquirer.
Mm-hmm.
It is dated the 2nd of Full Frost.
Mm-hmm.
The headline is Convention of Estates enter... Sorry, I'll do this. Convention of Estates enters 20th day of deliberation. It seems to be a piece
Thank
on
you, Jason.
how the 3 estates of the nominally form the ruling classes. Well, sort of ruling classes of Suul, the estate of nobles, the estate of bishops, and the estate of the commons have been called together. Are still debating over tax and governmental reforms with no sign of consensus whatsoever. After 20 days of discussion.
Wow.
Oh
The
boy.
State of the Commons is growing increasingly frustrated with King Leon XIII's demands for higher taxes. There's a opinion piece commenting on how there's, from the perspective of the working man, there is nothing else left to tax. Maybe, and there's quite a stinging piece suggesting maybe if they could lift some of the tax exemptions for the church or the nobility, they could actually get something into the treasury's pockets.
God, this all sounds really familiar.
Yeah,
God.
so much.
Yeah.
But and the rest of it appears to just be small gossip pieces about events happening in Alicent and the surrounding provinces.
Well, nothing about mad cannibals in here.
But it's from a few days ago, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Bureaucracy and
What's the
gossip.
date?
today would be the 7th.
It's the 7th.
Yeah.
Okay, is this a weekly paper?
Maybe bi-weekly by the looks of things. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
The Enquirer is daily, but we are some distance from Alicent. It takes a while for them to get here.
Fair.
Yeah, and the mad cannibal's probably here rather than there.
Yeah,
So
I
what
won't
is
got
this
there
about
yet.
the mad cannibal you are talking about?
There's a mad cannibal running around. We're looking for him. It's a man with oh my god, out of character, has his head stitched on as well.
Yep.
Man with a
Yeah.
stitched on head. Don't suppose you've seen him, have you? Stitched on
She
with like
looked-
hemp.
She looks down at the whiskey she's just given you. Have you drunk any of it yet?
Yeah, I've had a little bit. The whiskey's
Picks
fine.
it up, sniffs it. Well, it's the usual stuff.
Nice. Have you seen a man with a stitched on head?
No, I have not seen a man with a stitched on head.
Any like
Some
weird
weird
crime
magic
going
thing.
on?
Anyone gone
weird
missing?
crime, magic things. Not really that I'm aware of. Roll and see if she's heard anything. Yeah, nothing today. No, not that I'm aware of on the subject of cannibals with stitched on heads.
Right.
You wouldn't miss the fella, trust me.
No, you really wouldn't.
Wait, there is one fellow who came in. I put about 3 hours ago. I gave him some strong liquor and sent him to see the local doctor. He was gibbering about running out of the woods up in the mountains. You know, they say they are haunted, and people and his companions all getting hanged by some sort of monster in the woods.
Right.
Don't
that
worry.
could be helpful. Where's the doctors?
You want to go speak to Pia, and she gives you directions down the street.
Okay.
What did this man look like that came in?
Sort of.
Uniform?
Was it? She basically gives you a description of the man that you saw, that you rescued, or at least cut down.
Right. Okay.
Fair enough.
Now that you think about it, he did run straight out of the woods, whereas you guys went back to Jimothy first. So.
Oh. He might not be helpful actually, because I think we've talked to him already. If it's that guy.
I don't know if he'd have much to add.
Not really, apart from he ran away from him before. But surely, I mean, Stringer Smith needs a town, doesn't he? So he can get more food and stuff and eat people.
Fighting pipes up. He needs a town. He'll need some sort of town, but he also needs to find somewhere that another gate is going to pop up. It'll pop up somewhere close to a town. They usually do. But it'll also help if there's somewhere that's a little bit... It'll help if there's somewhere that's a little bit weaker, as it were, in the anywhere that's had weird stuff happen in its past is like the walls or things are going to be a little bit thinner. It'll be easier for a gate to form.
Weird stuff in the past. What? So you think he's going to want a gate because he's going to want to go back into the Dreamfold?
He's got to. You need to be able he's a thing of dreams, and the Fighty is kind of hunched in close and he's having a whispered conversation. But again, because of the limitations of the microphone, I'm not doing this too whispered. So he's definitely not including the random barkeep from his perspective or the soldiers.
I'd kind of assumed
They
those
seem
guys.
so nice.
In this highly classified thing that he's magically compelled not to tell to strangers.
I kind of assumed that once we started talking about the Dreamfold, explicitly, he'd done that, but we should probably state it.
Hustled him. So, yes, if he was able to travel to and from a few times, he'd be able to... The more he's able to eat things from our world, the longer he can sustain himself in it. But he's got to go back to the Dreamfold eventually, because he is a creature of the Dreamfold. Now, if he were able to do this again and again over a long time, it might be that he could reach a stage where he could go weeks or months or even years without having to return back in. And I think that's kind of the deal with stuff like the Despiser of Song and so on. Stuff that's been, in our world for so long it can just survive here. But
even that might have to pop back now and then, is what you're saying.
I think with something like the Despiser, just being near the Jimothy portal is enough.
Okay.
Which is probably why it's still in those woods. But for something like that's relatively newborn, for want of a better word, like Smith, he's going to need to be able to get physically back into the Dreamfold, at least for overnight every now and again, in order to breathe the air, as it were. Drink the waters of the river. Or
Would
eventually.
Would he have any innate ability to know where a portal is likely to fall?
Oh yes. You know how I can kind of sense where one is? That's from years of training. But it's entirely instinctual to nightmare creatures.
Right.
He'll always
I was
be able
worried
to
about
tell
that.
where the nearest one is likely to form.
Okay. So he's on foot, so he can't have got that far away from Jimothy. But he probably wouldn't go back to the one in Jimothy, would he?
Well, he can't. The Weaving Widow would spin the woods so that he couldn't get back in.
Of course, so he can't go back to the one in Jimothy. So we're looking for towns that aren't that far away that have had weird stuff happen.
Yes, in the past, dunno. I'm not really familiar with this part of Suul. Like, on the previous times I've been here, I kind of popped into Jimothy, had got a few drinks, and then popped back out again,
Yeah. I mean, that's something I can ask the barmaid without it being a problem. She already thinks I'm weird.
That's certainly true. She does think you're weird.
I'm going to go up to the bar.
Hello, would you care for another whiskey?
Yeah, go on.
Be another 3 copper?
Yeah, of course. Also, another strange question. Are there any towns that have a bit of a weird reputation for strange shit happening around here?
Weird reputation. I mean, it's funny you should mention that. This is a bit of an old fairy story, as it
I
were.
like stories.
So this would have It's about a day and a half's journey down, maybe 2 days if you have a lot of trouble going down the hills in towards the plains of Benamont. Lisa Bet keeps in. Benamont is the name of the province we are in.
Ah.
Yes. I remember there was in Benoitville. There's a small wood outside the town, and it's always been associated with fairy tales, strange things living in the woods, silver-haired princes riding unicorns who take young, unwise shepherds away to their castle and marry them.
This wood sounds great fun.
But also, trolls and such, and all manner of fairy tale things. Apparently, but I do remember that was my cousin's ex-girlfriend's boyfriend. He claimed to have once gone
There's
into
a lot of
the
steps
woods
in that relationship, I'm sorry.
to have once gone into that wood and found a fairy circle, like a set of old standing stones. And he said once, if you looked at it just the right way, you could see some sort of place, perhaps where the unicorn riding princess come from.
That is actually very helpful.
But yes, that is that's the weirdest thing I can think of. And looking at your Elizabeth's map, you can see where Benoitville is in rough, and you can kind of work out the route to get there. I should warn you, the roads are particularly not safe out there right now. There is
Good to know.
there have been reports of band of deserters from the 33rd Infantry.
33rd.
And of course, the army is nowhere to be seen. The Comte is in Alessandre for the convention, so he is not around. And Regent forfends that the barons should leave their chateau and actually do something to help.
Of course.
He rolls her eyes. I don't suppose the three of you would be looking for a room for the night. Or 3 rooms.
I'm not sure how long we're staying.
Ah.
So but if we are, we can stay here.
It's a little crestfallen.
We'll
it's
double
kind of
check with
something.
our travelling companions.
She gives you a thin smile and carries on cleaning the mugs. The mugs are clean. It seems she's just doing this for something to do.
Right.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
so much. So I guess I come back over and relay all of this.
Right.
So
When did we sleep last? I don't really remember anything.
You vaguely recall sleeping just before sunset the previous day.
Yeah.
we could probably
So
do
maybe
the
we
rest.
should, before we head off.
Maybe we
But
should.
we should get, if this is where he's going, we need to get there.
How on earth do you pronounce that? I'm sorry. The town that
Benoitville.
Benoitville. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at the word on the page
Yep,
and I
it
just
looks
couldn't.
like Benoit's Villa.
It does.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
does. And I was like, I know you didn't say that. So
Because
Yeah.
Suulian, and you don't pronounce half the letters in it.
Yep.
My GCSE Suulian's not coming in very much handy.
Yes. Heaven forfend, we go into we go south of Vendion and reach the town of Quan, which is definitely not Coin.
Oh,
Quan, oh yeah. or over to the coast where it's, what is it, Coquille?
Oh yes, Coquille.
Oh right.
Kiel?
Oh, I'm sorry if we have any French stowaways. Fucking hell.
Oh yeah, I am butchering your beautiful language. I mean, I was already butchering the, like, maybe Parisian, who knows, accent, but I am gonna butcher your language so badly during this arc.
Enjoy that.
It'll never be as bad as my GCSE French speaking exam.
Je suis désolé.
Oh, speaking
Very
exams at GCSE,
Oh, God.
very bad stuff.
My brother just spoke English and somehow
that?
passed.
What? Fuck off.
Like, the person kept like gesturing to try and tell him what to do. He's like, I don't know what you're saying. Like, right.
No, God, no. I
Got a D, which is technically a pass.
Technically it is,
I
yeah.
vaguely, it's like, you know, the days of je suis un cochon d'Inde, le petit déjeuner, c'est
Je
donc.
jouais au tennis.
Yes.
Petit oiseau. Très joli. Oh, I know monkey. I can at least do Jeffrey.
Yeah, la souris au-dessus de table.
J'ai un singe.
Les chants dans les champs. Okay, right, that's enough. That's enough.
Un singe.
That's enough
I have
murdering a
forgotten my
French
monkey.
language.
Moving swiftly onwards.
I've forgotten how to pronounce it again. I'm sorry. I know this is
Benoistville.
Benoistville. Yeah, that one. So, we have a nap. If Elizabeth doesn't mind, maybe we drop into Benoistville on our way to Alison's.
We pretty much have to. It is the Benoistville is where you. Well, it's quite close to the bridge over to Freredon, and we need to use the bridge to cross the Alle.
Okay,
So it is pretty much the direction we were going anyway.
that works. Did we want to do
should all
sending and
nap.
check? Yeah, we should do sending before we nap. If we want to check in with people.
Agreed.
Yes.
Let's see how
What do we want? It's
how Molly and
currently
Vega are
about
doing.
1 o'clock in the afternoon. So
Okay.
if you go for a full rest, a long rest, it's going to be about 9 at night when you set out.
My
Okay.
sleep
That might not
cycle's
be a good
fucked.
time. It might be bad
Um,
to travel at night.
I don't know, how should we do this?
Is it safe to sleep on the road?
Uh,
Can we camp?
we can camp. We'll need to hold watches, but that is what I have guards for.
We do that all the time anyway.
Also, there should be hopefully I believe there's a halfway house. Actually, call it the halfway house. About halfway between here and Benoistville, which we should be able to reach after 7 or so hours of travel.
So we can sleep
Okay.
there.
That doesn't sound too bad.
I mean,
That might be a good idea.
that is why you have halfway houses.
Before we leave town, though, is there anywhere that sells magic books?
If you ask, I mean, which person are you asking this to?
Well,
Probably to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth
yeah.
initially.
Elizabeth
in case she
sort of-
knows.
No, this is a small mountain town. You would need to go to the capital for that sort of thing. I mean, unless there just happens to be a wizard who's retired here, and I know for a fact there is not.
Okay.
No, that is a very specialist
Crazy
thing.
talk, yes.
You
I
had
think,
to ask, but it was
no,
unlikely.
I appreciate it, but no, this is. I think if there was such a thing here, it would have been sold for food some time ago.
True.
Also, obviously, keep what is the Syrian Stamm on what we're carrying, yes?
Of course.
I have no idea what we're carrying, so that's fine.
Good.
I don't actually know either, I've just realised. So maybe we just keep it that way.
Oh, good. She's not.
Although I'm better at lying than telling the truth, so... Oh well.
Henri, who is this kind of been just sucking on sweets that you've given him this whole time, tugs at your waistcoat, Scamp. Have you got any more of those sweets? Elizabeth is like, no, I've had too many sweets as it is.
I would like to sleight of hand him some sweets.
You are the worst.
That's a 14.
higher than her passive perception, you slip him some sweets.
Brilliant.
She shakes her head and continues
No
at
more
things.
sweets for you, young man.
Oh no! But I like the sweets.
Can I go up to the bartender?
Yeah.
Do you do packed lunches?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Let me. It would be 6 copper pieces for for all of you. Let us call it a silver piece for solid packed lunch for all of you.
Excellent. Here you go, and I give her a gold and then walk away.
Oh, thank you, Agent. She immediately stuffs it into her cleavage. And packs out. You get the feeling that in better times this would have been a hearty lunch. It's actually a little small, but she does manage to get a small slice of pie, bulked out with a lot of bread. There's definitely some turnip in that bread.
Carby.
Yeah. Just some thin slices of preserved sausage, like proper charcuterie types, and some jars of sauerkraut, and also for each of you a small bottle of beer.
Okay.
I'm going to hand my whiskey glass back with a gold in it.
She stuffs that into
I
her
just give her a
cleavage.
wink and just wander away.
She goes to pour you another, realises what's happening, slips that into her cleavage as well. It's like, thank you, you're welcome, so come back anytime.
If we're back in the town, we'll stay in your inn.
Please do. It is also the only inn in town, so... So really, please do.
I turn to the other two and go, I didn't even know towns came this small. Like, is this a thing on the surface? Do you get towns just this tiny?
So, with your lunches now packed, you head out and begin. I believe you're pretty much. One last thing: were you planning to sleep here, or you just
No.
I think we can
heading
sleep
straight?
in
No, we
the-
can sleep on the road.
Yeah,
Okay.
at the halfway house. I think
All right.
is the
we're
plan.
trying
In
to
which
get to
case,
the halfway.
you head
Yeah.
on, searching out to head towards the halfway house. So, as you head out, you begin to make your way further down the path. The pass, in fact, leading down towards hopefully the halfway house between Saint-Exupéry and Benoisville. As you carry on, you're still in the foothills of the Suncrest Range, although very swiftly these highlands are turning to rolling field. And now that you get closer, you can see things are not well. The fields, for the most part, are barren and empty, and that's not too surprising given the winter that you're currently in. But here and there you see signs of burnt-out farmsteads, places where fields have been torched. Every now and again you'll pass figures working to grow winter turnips or extract what they can from the land, but you can see that things have been pulled up early. Everything brought in, stored in barns as best they can. There are few livestock in the fields, and those you see, the herds are thin and not nearly enough young animals amongst them. There's a sense of gloom, of people just trying to get by, and those that you do see turn quickly if they're travelling on the path to stay out of your way, you and the 6 soldiers you brought with you. Others in the fields markedly hide or just keep their distance best as they can. Assuming that you have no interest in inquiring as to these small villages you pass, and I don't imagine you would, although correct me if I'm wrong.
Nah.
Not especially.
Not when there's a man out there hanging people.
Yeah.
You pass
Yeah,
along.
that's probably what we're more going to be focused on.
And
Yeah,
over the course of the next 3 hours, the sun goes lower in the sky until around 4 o'clock, a little after 4 o'clock. The sun sets and you find yourself trekking onwards through the dark. Corzin,
Yep.
you don't have the best night vision, so unusually for once, Celestia is actually spots this before you do.
Oh my god, I spot something.
Yeah.
Fuck. Jesus,
I
whoa,
still
calm
don't
down.
see it.
Yeah, well, applying a -5 to your passive perception, Corzin, actually brings you below Celestia's.
Hey.
Yeah.
Celestia has dark vision. Although
do.
it's, at this distance, it's kind of it's a bit hit and miss either way.
I've got 120 feet, but
As you're making your way through a path that heads between 2 high rises, leading down towards the lower slopes of Benamont, Celestia, you notice that there are a cluster of figures standing in the road. You can see where they have turned over a couple of cots to serve as cover. And it looks like there's about 6 figures. Most of them, 5 of them, kind of holstered behind the cover. You can see the telltale outline, just the telltale glint of steel in the moonlight of muskets in play there. One is standing in the middle between the sort of space between the 2 carts, and you can see how they can kind of roughly push or pull the carts open or closed to increase or decrease the amount of space between their impromptu barrier. And is standing there, has a musket just on his shoulder, but you can also see he has a flashy looking sabre at his belt, and is clearly just waiting for people to come. At this distance, I will say, because you guys haven't been moving especially stealthily, and you are travelling with the soldiers, you do see that they've definitely clocked your arrival, just as you've clocked them. You're currently, I would say, because of the arrangement of things, you're about 200 feet away.
how many of them are there, sorry?
You can see 5 behind the little wagon, turned over wagon barricade, and 1 standing kind of in the middle as presumably some sort of spokesperson.
Mm-hmm. So I can go stop. Look over there, we've got company.
Are we within hearing range, do you think? Is it worth shouting to them? Because I've
You're
had
within
a
shouting
really bad
range.
day. And, well, we're not that far from fireball range.
Yeah.
Might be worth giving them a bit of a warning.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a
I
really
wouldn't
bad
open
day.
with that if I were you. I mean, certainly I'm all for firing a warning shot if they get uppity, but
I mean, do they look hostile, like, immediately?
Yeah.
Looking at them, you can see they do seem, the one that you can see, they're not exactly training they're training their muskets on you, but not so much in a we're about to fire as in a we want you to know that we've got our muskets trained on you way. The one in
blocking the road.
Yeah, they're blocking the road. The one in the
Yeah.
centre you can see is dressed out in the navy blue of a Suulian. Looks like maybe a corporal's uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Oh good, more deserters.
yeah.
Hello!
Hello!
We've had a really bad day and I don't really want to kill you all. Could you let us through, please?
Make an intimidation check.
Oh dear.
Xanathars over there.
Yes.
Sorry, I just need to check the range on something.
I'm very intimidating with a 9.
Oh man.
You see, it looks over.
I'm gonna chuck a bolt in the air,
Okay.
Okay, they you see them
like directly up.
like react suddenly.
Please.
Just gonna see if this is loud enough for.
I'm asking nicely.
Corzin, you can just faintly make out muttering from one of them. You can just kind of make out the one and go, "Oh, by the regent, it looks like they have a mage. All right, make sure it's fine. Make sure to target that one." No. And they call from the far end. You can see this fellow kind of grinning a little bit. There's no need to be too hasty, although I should warn you, there are 30 of us and we have you surrounded. Now,
Can I see how much he's lying?
make an insight check.
Because I don't believe him. That is a 22.
You get the feeling he's probably exaggerating those numbers a bit.
I don't think you count very well.
I mean, we can solve this through fire and lead if you wish, but all we are asking is a simple toll of any food or valuables you may be carrying, and we'll be very happy to let you on your way.
Yeah, fuck off. How far away is he?
They're 200 feet away.
200 feet. So are they close enough to, like, see me?
Yeah. You can see them. They can see
This
you.
doesn't have a range on it, and it's
Okay.
all about appearance.
Okay.
So that is your choice as DM as to whether I'm close enough.
Fair enough. If it says it's all about appearance.
I assume if they can see and hear me, this would work.
Okay. Yeah.
But you can read
You
the
are
description
within
if you want
projected
to.
voice range. you know.
Cool. So I am gonna kind of just toss my hair back for a second. It's almost like I breathe the rainbow spirit in, and it sort of glows out of my eyes, glows out of hair. Like there's a small sort of like hum in the air, and it's the Mantle of Majesty ability. If anybody listening is interested, because we've just leveled up.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, come on, darling, I really don't think you want to mess with us here. You should probably just let us pass. And I'm going to cast Command.
Ooh. Okay. So, as you kind of so you're casting Command. Let me get Blair's handbook. I believe
it's a Wisdom save.
It's a Wisdom save. Is it you've got Xanathar's there. I don't. What are the restrictions in you casting Command here? I think it's only one character at a time.
As a bonus action, I can cast Command without expending a spell slot.
Yep.
I think it's 1, but I'm directing it at him who's been talking to us.
Okay,
I wasn't doing it as a general
So
thing.
can you repeat me the wording again? You were commanding him to flee, was that?
I said you better let us pass.
Let us pass. Okay,
Yeah.
that's your command. So this is a Wisdom save. And they seem a little unnerved by the glowing rainbow eyes. I need to check the timing on Command, because if this lasts 6 seconds, there's something is very interesting going to happen.
I have no idea.
This is a
It
one
lasts
round
until they've
command.
done it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Typical in the commands. The command is they can't follow the spell ends. The command must
one
follow
round,
this
yeah.
command on its next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Once the command is completed, the end goes. But all right, that's enough for him to go. Right, maybe these are a little bit of a tangle. All right, move the wagons. He looks up for a moment. No funny business, though. They kind of, you see this, the five kind of pull one of the wagons
Yeah,
open.
I'm keeping the appearance thing up. I can do it for up to a minute. So
Okay.
yeah.
And you quite tensely all move forwards with your little group of with your little escort of soldiers and Bill passing through. Bill is currently carrying Henri in a little papoose for this particular journey.
That's really cute.
But it's like riding the pack horse, and it's quite tense, but you carry on through. Just for the hell of it, now that you're a bit closer, I'll say actually roll for them as well. Yeah, Corzin, as you get through, you're now close enough to see the half dozen musketmen up on the sides of the hill that were in concealed positions. Guns still training.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Still not 30, but yeah, they had some that you didn't see.
Enough that if we had thrown a fireball in there, we wouldn't have got all.
You wouldn't have gotten. You've gotten all the ones on the ground,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
not the ones up and hiding. You carefully make your way past, and as soon as you turn the bend and get out of sight, you kind of. Elizabeth says, "Yes, perhaps we put a bit of a move on because I do not know how long this thing lasts for, but
First time I've done it, but maybe like a minute. Don't have that much longer.
Okay,
and
let's,
also
let's,
don't know how long he'll do what we tell him to. So
okay, let's
yeah.
just double time
Let's
this
move
and
quick.
you begin quickly moving your way down before about 30 seconds later as you're going down you hear a voice go, "Wait, what the fuck?"
Okay, go, hurry, run.
You scurry away and there are a couple of parting sort of shots,
As
but
fast as you can now.
yeah, but you're in the dark outside of their ambush spot. They're unwilling to leave it. They don't pursue extensively.
How long's it been since I cast Mage Armor?
It's been about. You cast it.
How long did it take us to get from Jimothy to the town?
Oh, it took you to get from Jimothy to the town about 3 hours. It's been like 7 hours.
Well, I'm going to recast it.
Okay, you recast Mage Armor.
Yeah.
Because it's got 8 hours on it, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You continue heading on, keeping the pace up at a brisk hustle for a good 10-15 minutes before letting things slow down, before slowing down again to a more sustainable pace. Checking
Look at
behind.
that, we didn't kill anyone.
Yeah.
We're getting good at this.
Yeah. Yeah, non-violent solutions, you know.
Because we tried last time and all but one of them died.
Yeah,
So-
that did happen.
That wasn't really our fault, though, was
No.
it?
It
was
wasn't
the
our fault that we killed all
giant
those people.
monstrosity.
I did tell a guy to leave and that caused his death.
Yeah, but you didn't tell him to die, did you?
No, I was thinking it.
Yes, but you didn't say it, is the important thing.
He was a bad man.
He was.
That he was. Elizabeth kind of shudders a little bit.
You alright?
I knew him for a number of years.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
She looks over. Omri is kind of dozed off in the papoose. He's fine. That bastard kidnapped my son.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't stand for that sort of thing, really, can you?
Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, I know you're making that okay. He was a twat.
Still, thank you for talking our way through that. While perhaps we would have been able to give them a run for their money, and at this point...
Oh no, we'd have killed them all.
One of the...
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we would have done.
One of the same sort of Meadmere-ish fellow amongst the guards says, "For my part, I'm... we're mostly here as a deterrent. Sorry, we're mostly here as a deterrent, so not having to fight, always a good thing for us."
You know, I quite like not fighting.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. We don't manage it very often.
You know, this sort of thing, like we're fine with this. We're not really on the contract where we go out and hunt bandits, that sort of thing. That we would, for one thing, we would charge a lot more, and for another, we would take a lot more people. Like this is, you know, there are only half a dozen of us.
Yeah, it's not that many.
No, we'd probably want like what is the usual company policy for this? One of the others goes, we would send about 30 people through. Yes, for 30 people through, something like that. Numbers, you know.
Fair. Yeah, I suppose bandits wouldn't take you on if you had fucking 30 people, would they?
Well, yes, I mean, you know, a lot of what we do is trying to encourage people not to attack us. That's kind of the idea of guarding.
Sounds great.
There's a reason
Well,
why
we certainly succeeded in that today.
he looks appreciatively up and down at your armaments, Corzin.
Just for the record, can't pull that trick until I've slept again. That was quite taxing. I've got a few other things I can do, but yeah, didn't really even know I could do that, and now I'm quite tired. So
you do notice that the ever since you've passed through the Dreamfold, all of the spirits seem a little more active, a little more vibrant than before. The Pride spirit is just a little bit more resplendent. It's a little bigger. The colours are more scintillating.
Can I say it's grown?
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
It's nice.
The ambivalent octopus seems somehow just a little bit more present in some ways. It seems there's more of a. There's no less decision in its gaze, but perhaps a little bit more acuity.
It's more solid.
Yeah, it seems a bit more solid. And you notice that the other, like, kind of fish element spirit, elements of fish type spirits seem to now orbit and revolve around it a bit more.
Okay.
Oh, like they're its moons. That's really cute.
Something about passing through the Dreamfold seems to have affected them in some way. And you feel like perhaps over time this may develop in some manner. So, as you continue on, travelling through the darkness to come, after a little bit more travel, you finally hit a point where you're just coming now to the very edge of the hills. You reach the last foothill, and you can just see in the distance the tall form, kind of solitary along the road. And there are roads here. They're a little potholey in places. Could do with some repair work, but you can see the tall form of what looks like a 3-story coaching inn with an associated stable. It's kind of hard to make out a lot of details in the darkness. You have spotted it like a good 1,000 feet off or so. But give me a perception check. I think let's call at this distance. There's not really any advantage or disadvantage for having dark vision or not, because the moon is out.
Okay.
Natural 20
it's just
again.
a high DC.
9.
That's my second natural 20 in a row.
Nice.
Perception. 15.
Okay. Corzin, you look down. You can see the first thing that strikes you is it is about 7 in the evening right now. Maybe closer to 8 probably. You're getting. Actually, no, it's the halfway house, and I said you left at 1. Yeah, it's nearly 8. It's nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. So it's been dark now for about 4 hours, but it's still not that late. There's no lights on.
Oh.
There are no candles lit that you can see. There's not even the telltale glimmers that you would see of lights inside through wooden shutters. Celestia, you can, peering down, like, you got really keen eye. Not generally as keen eyes as Corzin's, but this is kind of darkness. It's where you,
it's my thing.
it's what you've grown up with, and you can see a little bit more detail. The door is open. Hanging off one hinge. Parts of the roof are gone. You can't really tell the colour because of the moonlight and the darkness, but you can, and you notice the stable is empty. Yeah, this shows every sign of having recently been fired. Sections of the roof are missing. It seems to the exterior is blackened and charred.
I'm going to turn to all of them and go, that place has been recently burnt. It's fucked.
Okay, so...
Couldn't have been the deserters back there, could it?
Why, though? Like, did it have a lot to steal?
When times are this bad, if they have anything to steal, it might have been enough. Perhaps they refused to pay up.
And so they set fire to it out of just...
Or maybe they got bored. Men, when they... sometimes soldiers, men and women, when they are frustrated, they will take their frustrations out with fire.
Are they likely to still be around?
The only way I can think of would be is for to go check if we want to see if there are any survivors. But she looks a little reticent at that.
Do you want to wait here with the guards, and we'll go a little more subtly?
The guard, you've heard Lisbeth refer to him as Ivan, so says, "I am entirely in support of that. We will stay here and protect the person who is paying us."
I was thinking more the child, but yeah, that's cool too.
It doesn't look hopeful for survivors, but I suppose we can have a look.
And even if there aren't, it might be a safer place to stay tonight.
Agreed.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it looks
least
a bit
it's cover.
fucked, but there might be something, that we can hide in.
Well, at least they're not going to charge us.
Yay!
Because money is
Elizabeth
such a big
gives you a
problem for
look.
us.
Sorry, gallows humour.
Right, let's go and look at the horrible burnt-out building.
Under the circumstances, I feel a little weird about that phrasing, but okay.
Yeah, maybe not gallows.
Oh no! Oh fuck! Shit!
Yeah, Corzin just sort of face palms.
You head down
Stealthily.
Stealthily. Give me
Stealth
checks, please.
Gonna stick my hood up.
Oh bollocks! Oh, I'm in my stupid clothes, aren't I?
Do I have advantage because of my boots?
You do.
That's
Okay.
with disadvantage because I'm flashy. That's a 1.
Yeah.
So 16.
Which makes it a 4, but it's still a 1.
A 1's a 1.
Yeah, 1's a 1.
Okay. So the three of you and Fighty. Fighty's
Oh
in this as
yay! Fighty's been very quiet.
well. Fighty has been just quietly.
It's been a long day.
I'm
been
going
a
to
long
say we
day.
left Jeffrey with the child, throwing
Yes.
that out there.
Yes. Jeffrey's looking after him.
Yeah.
Jeffrey is indeed down with the child, looking after the child, so to speak, mostly just eating nuts. Jeff and Fighty, if I just quickly check Fighty's stats, I think. Thank goodness for those gloves. Still an 8 though.
Yeah.
It's alright, I've ruined it with a 1 anyway. They're going to
Yeah.
see it.
Fighty in his bright red clothes is still less visible than Celestia, who is literally reflecting moonlight off the silver highlights on her long purple coat.
Wow.
That is happening. Also, polka dot neckerchief and skin tight.
Like you can
dungarees,
just faintly hear under her breath.
No!
I'm sorry.
Celestia!
So I didn't even realise I was doing that out loud. I'm sorry.
You're still talking at a normal volume!
Okay. I'm shutting up. It's happened.
Okay.
As you head up closer, you can see here and there are places where the flames have spared just little bits of wood or stone, but for the most part, this building has been thoroughly burned to the well, not all the way to the ground. A lot of it's still standing, but it has been thoroughly fired. Both front and rear doors show signs of being forced open. You catch sights of bloodstains in the wood. There are places where there's the mark of fire is all around it. You begin approaching. As you move in to get a closer look, would you are you guys going from the front or the back?
I would say the back.
Okay.
Like, what do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems sensible enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So you approach from the back. No sign of bodies in the exterior of the building, but you haven't gotten a good look on the interior yet.
All right. Approaching with caution then.
Yeah.
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 In high order so we can see.
Yep.
You can actually see approaching from the back. You can see the stables as well. There are dragging signs as if large forms were pulled away. There are some hoofprint signs. It seems So it looks like there are some hoofprint signs. We can see things were led away or fled at some rate. In other places, you can see where bodies have been dragged and then picked up, but not necessarily human or halfling-sized bodies. This seems more like a desire to avoid wasting meat. As you head up towards the back door, Celestia, there is the only warning you get is a sudden crunching sensation beneath your foot. The thing is, a lot of the debris has littered the back garden, the sort of back area of the tavern, and you feel a sudden sinking sensation. Give me a dexterity save.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's not very good. That's a 14. No, 15, sorry.
Okay, you just managed to leap out of the way before the beer cellar door, which is one of those sort of like outside storm shelter type doors.
Oh, yeah.
Collapses beneath your foot, and you avoid falling down into the beer cellar below. There is, however, a large sound
bollocks.
as the
What caused that to open?
That would be me. I stood on it.
Looking down, you can see that there was actually a little bit of fire damage on that.
Right, okay.
Look where you're walking, gang. That's we've learned a lesson.
Is there any
Noted.
sound of anyone responding to the noise?
Give me a perception check.
All of us?
Yep.
5.
Ooh, that's actually not bad for me. That's a 17.
16.
Okay. Celestia and Corzin, you hear just a sort of and the sounds of scrabbling coming from somewhere in maybe the second story of the 3-story structure.
Okay, there's somebody here.
Someone scared or someone wanting to kill us?
Sounded like it. It was sort of gasp. I mean, they're upstairs.
Okay, that's... So, survivors rather than murderers?
I mean, I've only heard a gasp, but maybe? It sounded scared, didn't it?
Weapons out all the same, but, no itchy trigger fingers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get all my weapons ready.
Yes, make sure we do that.
Fighty slips on his brass knuckles,
I'm
draws the
gonna
droog.
hold my guitar up threateningly like it's a club.
Or the purple lightning bolt guitar.
Yeah, it's the electric shocking grasp guitar.
So, you carefully make your way in, and as you enter, you can see the back door leads into the kitchen. So this isn't leading into the main tap room. You can see there are signs of dried blood on the walls in obvious spray, in obvious sort of spray patterns. The kitchen has been thoroughly ransacked. Everything that can be taken has been taken. There is no food in here that you can see. There is scattered now and actually kind of mixed in together with the blood in places. Flour on the floor, a few scattered oats. You'd have to thoroughly investigate if you wanted to find anything else. You can see that the beer cellar from this side has been pulled open, and as many kegs presumably as could be brought out have been. There's one shattered keg down below, but no other clear signs of barrels. There is one body. You can see in one of the pantry cupboards there, it looks to be a middle-aged human woman showing... Corzin, give me a medicine check.
Okay. Oh, that's an 8.
More than 24 hours decomposition, you'd reckon. Kind of hard to give more than a peg than that.
Alright.
Oh, actually, something I was going to ask. Is it, like, still hot if
No.
it's been on fire? Okay,
No.
cool.
The wood is cold.
I meant to ask that ages ago and forgot, but yeah, so
Yeah.
it's been, like, a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see that she had, long enough, there's still blood, caked into the wood, but it's dried older looking blood. You can see where this, it doesn't take a high medicine roll to guess how this woman was killed. You can see a series of very obvious stab wounds in her upper chest, but you can see where she's been crushed by people stepping over and on her to get to the things behind her.
How crushed?
As in a couple of boot prints.
But her head's still on.
Head's still on?
None of those guards are clerics, are they?
Did any of them look like clerics?
They, fighting pubs. So, to be honest, they all kind of looked like just run-of-the-mill hired guns to me.
No, that was a statement said without much hope, but, got to stop her coming back, haven't we?
You got a good point.
Yeah.
I know it's shit, but we really do. We can't have another Stringer Smith.
Check who else is around first, because if she's the family of someone, maybe we should explain what we're doing before we do it.
Oh fuck yeah, they might just come down and find us chopping Mum's head off or something.
Yeah,
that would
fair.
be really, really bad. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
But that's on the to-do list.
Yay!
I mean, this certainly looks like it's the work of desperate people who were hungry, but this is brutal.
That's really bad.
There's the next door you can see is ajar, and carefully pulling it open, you look in, you can see the main tap room. The main tap room was arranged once as a sort of very wide area. You can actually see that it actually goes up to encompass a little bit of the second story. It was very spacious. There were long tables with ample places for seating and the like. But and there are still a number of tables left, although many of them were knocked over and the benches deposited. But
Should we try upstairs then?
I'm not finished, I'm afraid.
Oh, bollocks.
As you look up, you can see that there was at one point it's not a very nice chandelier. It's more like a wooden cross beam with a set of where the candles were set up on it. The candles have all long since melted. The cross beam has been burnt away in several places. The bar has been ransacked. And there are multiple bodies in two distinct sets in this room. In the corners of the room, you can see there are 6 bodies which show signs of having been horribly burned. Probably, but they're kind of burn marks that match up to post-mortem burning. You can see where they have been slashed or shot and left where they fell. Many of them are just covered in thick black char. But hanging from the ceiling, from the candle holders, are 4 more bodies, fresher. They have the look. They seem to be just wearing rough local peasant garb, but their faces are black and bloated. They're suspended from hemp rope, and each of them has had their stomachs sliced open with a C-shaped cut, and the entrails have vanished.
Fuck.
Damn it, Smith.
At least we know we're going the right way.
Yeah. So, 2 choices. Either that's him upstairs, or someone got away.
Either way, I think we should cut these people down before we do anything.
Well,
They're not
Not
going anywhere.
what was that?
You spin around and you see it's only as the 4th of the charred corpses rises that it kicks over a chair, as these unburied dead have quite stealthily risen up all around you.
Fuck.
Roll initiative.
Yeah, that's a good reason to cut down the dead.
I was about to say they're not going anywhere.
Bollocking bollocks. I mean, I was too, literally. Like, I just said that. That's a 1 for me on initiative. So I'm not doing anything for a while.
That's a 15.
Okay. 12 for Scamp, 15 for Corzin, and Fighty actually gets a 12 because of his initiative. Yay. Okay, so as the 4 charred undead have risen around you, Corzin, you go first.
All right.
They're all within about 20 feet of you, and you're all kind of clustered together towards the centre.
Great. Are they within like 15 feet of each other?
Any 2 of them are, I will say, yes.
Okay, the 2 nearest me, I'm going to try and get in an arc of fire with the blunderbuss.
Okay, you then roll the damage, and they'll roll some dex saves.
So, grape shot.
Okay, both of those were failures.
Okay, so this is the...
So there are 6 of them.
There were 6 charred bodies. 4 of them have risen.
Cool.
2 are still on the ground.
Cool.
And there's more hanging from...
And there are the 4 hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, well, we'll get to them. All right, so first d6, that's a 2. Second d6, it's a 4. Third d6, that's a 5.
Okay,
so
it's
11
pretty much
total.
11, but it's the blunderbuss and they're 15 feet apart, so we'll say for convenience that you run so that you get one in the blast at the start, and the other one is just at the very edge. Because bear in mind, you only do the most damage for the one that would be right next to you.
Yep, fair.
So 11 damage to the further to the creature in front of you, and then 2, I think it was, to the one furthest away. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Neither of them make their save, so there is a as you blast through the center of the creature of this burned creature in front of you. The one far away just takes a few scatter shots of pellets against it. As you blast these the creature open. There is just a sudden explosion of putrefaction that seems to burst out of it. Just the results of parts of it that weren't burned rotting for an unknown number of days. Corzin, roll me a Constitution save, please.
Constitution, okay. Yeah. That's a 16. Okay,
you kind of shrug off, cough away the nausea before it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
And unless you have a bonus action you want to use, that'll be Scamp.
No, I think that's fine.
Cool, Scamp.
I would like to try and back away from all of them. I can't quite see the layout in my head, just so that I can keep all of them in my sight.
They're broadly surrounding you, but yeah, you have enough movement to get...
Just so we're not in a clump.
Yeah, okay. So you move back so that you're about 15 feet away from 2 of them and about 35 feet away from the other 2.
And I will twin a second level chromatic orb at the ones that Corzin hit.
Okay. Roll your attacks.
I will tides the first one.
Okay.
Why not?
What damage type are you using?
Fire doesn't... I mean, it fires damage them in the past, but... yeah, so I might try something other than fire. Don't know how much it's damaged, so I will try... Thunder.
Okay.
Although that might wake the bugs up. Oh well. Said it now. So
We've already done guns, I wouldn't worry.
True.
Yeah, I mean, the blunderbuss is going to have been heard by anyone within half a mile.
Yeah.
That first one's a 22 to hit, which was the Tides of Chaos one. And the other one is
A 17 to hit.
Okay, so 17 hits, and sorry, what was the first one again?
22.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Both of those hit. Roll damage.
Do I roll separately, or is it the same damage for both?
Separately.
Cool. I've not done it in ages. Ooh, that's really good. That is 22 on the first one.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
It's second level because I've nearly run out of first levels.
The second one?
Less good. That is 16.
Okay. So, the first one, the one that was in front of Corzin, has already had its chest blown open as the sort of vaguely shimmering orb strikes it. You see as it is blown into smithereens. Just parts of it just
Okay, so
fly
that
in every
was overkill.
direction. The other one, however, you see it blast, one of its arms kind of falls off. It's staggering, but still kind of together. And again, you see sort of a burst of putrefaction out of its uncomfortably squishy core. Beneath the charred outside.
Uncomfortably
exterior.
squishy is not a phrase I ever want to hear.
Oh, not about anything. Yeah, really
especially
not good.
about bodies. Just anything rotting. No.
Fighty is just going to D3 a target. Let's see which one we go for. Okay, he's going to go for one of the ones that's close to you, Scamp. Close to you, Scamp. So the one that Corzin's one is now gone. So Fighty goes against that one. He is just going to... Yeah, under the circumstances, he reckons got a good chance of resting. Let's go for a rage.
Yay!
Alright, I suppose it's time that we put you back in the ground, or not that you were in there to begin with. Anyway! So 2 attacks from him, both Droogs. First one hits, second one misses. So, Droog attack for 6 points of damage. Nothing just to frown about. Kind of snaps its neck. It continues fighting, but its head is now lolling uncomfortably to one side. And that makes it time for the burned corpses to act. So the one in front of Fighty is going to attack Fighty. The one that has been damaged a bit by Corzin and significantly more by Scamp is going to go for Corzin because they're closer. And the one that's been unaffected thus far is going to go for Celestia. All of them just lunge forwards and attempt to slash at you with their claws.
Burnt dead people claws.
Yeah, they're not so much... Some of them are fingernails, some of them are just exposed bone. Exposed charred bone. So against Celestia first. That's a 16.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Obviously.
How
can't
close
remember
to...
what
Oh
it
no,
was.
never mind. We're in sight. I'm just misremembering things. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got to remember I have abilities.
Yep. So the one that hits Celestia, it does... Get my d4s. Where's my one? There we go. Does 7 points of slashing damage, and you feel a kind of burning sensation pass over your skin for a moment, but you shrug it off.
Okay.
Yeah, something about it doesn't react well to your blood, but something also seems to protect you. The other one, the one that goes for
weird.
one that goes for Corzin. That was a 16 to hit Corzin.
That does hit.
Yeah. So you also take 6 points of slashing damage, and you feel a burning sensation pass through, and it's actually, you can just see as they touch you, kind of just rakes of little embers pass after where the claws go. Can you give me a Constitution save, please?
Yeah, is this a poison effect?
Strictly speaking, yeah, it's kind of loosely related to sort of putrefaction. So
Okay, so I have advantage on this.
You do have advantage on that because of your particular halfling breed.
I don't know why it wouldn't affect me. Baffled.
Okay, that's gonna be an 18 then.
Okay, you feel the fire kind of burning through your blood, but something, but you're able to kind of muscle past it before it can spread. And one for Fighty, because it didn't actually go for Scamp. There wasn't one left. So that one goes for Fighty. Yeah, that hits. Fighty takes 4 points of damage, but let's see how he does in his Constitution save. Not well.
How badly was he rolled?
So he has rolled... Oh, wait, he's proficiency. So he actually has rolled an 11. No, that's actually just enough.
Okay.
I forgot his proficiency bonus went up.
Because I've got Bend Luck, let me know before you say if it's succeeded or not. Because
Yes.
I can add or take away from things.
Yep, no, fair enough.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, Fighty kind of like, ah, fucking hell. But that's all. Celestia, there is a burned undead up in your grill. There are actually burned undeads currently attacking you, Corzin, and Fighty, but not Scamp.
This so isn't the highest damage thing that I could do, but I really want to hit a zombie in the face with my electric guitar, so I'm going to do that.
Okay, roll a spell
Oh
attack.
no, yeah, that has to happen.
Yeah. So
Has to be done.
attack modifier, yep, cool. Sorry, I have so few spells that have modifiers, I'm still forgetting what it is. Fuck me, that's a 10. Hate my life.
Is this an attack roll?
It's an attack roll.
I'm going to do it and hope that maybe it's less than a 14 to hit. So I see that you are struggling, and just Bend Luck, so you get plus a d4 to your attack.
Yeah,
So
you
did
feel-
I roll the d4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Scamp, you kind of tug on that same weird connection to fate that you have,
That's a 4.
and just as you can just see that it's about to miss, Celestia staggers forward slightly and whack. Roll.
It's such a
roll-
waste because that's not going to do much, but it was
Yeah.
fun.
Not much, but it was brilliant.
Roll
You
your
just
lightning
had to hit a
damage.
zombie with a
Yeah, I
and
really did.
Scamp, roll a d100.
Oh no! At least I backed away from people a little.
Oh, the damage isn't bad,
Oh,
though.
93?
90. This sounds annoyingly familiar.
Yeah. I mean,
think
we've
I
done
know.
it so many times. We've done most things. Oh, yeah, no, this
Yeah.
is very familiar.
Giant Scamp returns
Oh, wow.
Are we Alice in Wonderlanding this?
Yeah,
Am I coming
that's
out the
what-
broken roof?
once again. Actually, no, you're in the tap room, which I said has a high roof. So this
good
time you
for
kind of you kind of bump your head on the rafters.
You are, however, eye to eye with all the hanging dead people.
This is
Are
true.
they moving?
They do
No,
not
I'm
appear to be
closer.
moving.
Good. So that's 7 damage to that one.
Okay. The lightning crackles over its flesh, leaving deep scores.
And I'm not quite done yet. I'm gonna go, these bitches are already dead! We can fuck them up if we want to! And the rainbow spirit's gonna fly out of my hair. You all get 5 temporary hit points, and you can move if you want to without provoking attacks.
Hey.
Fighty's happy with the guy he's got.
Yeah, up to you if moving would help or not. But you
Probably
can.
not, but 5 temporary hit points, very welcome.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to move into
Thought so.
melee with the two that are closest to me.
I mean, you're already in melee with one. They're all a bit separated out, so you can't currently get into melee with like 2 at once.
All right, in which case I'm going to maneuver myself so I'm not likely to get flanked by another one.
Okay, you shift yourself into a slightly better position. All right, top of the round, it's Corzin.
Right. Okay. So, swords out. Yeah. All right. First attack.
Okay,
That is going to be an 18 to hit.
that hits. Roll damage.
Okay. That's going to be 7 slashing damage.
With one fell swoop, you slice its head clean off.
Excellent.
The head falls and the ground rolls. Oh, I forgot to do this actually. From when you struck the creatures, when you lightning bolted the creature with the electric guitar, Celestia, can you a burst of kind of putrefaction comes out of its neck where it breaks open a little, as it does when you cut its head off, Corzin. So both of you, can you roll me Constitution save, please?
Okay.
13. No, sorry, 14.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's 21.
Yeah, you're both able to avoid vomiting your guts up.
Lovely.
If
Oh,
So, so first attack, you've sliced its head
can I-
off, it topples to the ground.
Yeah, do I have enough movement to get to the
You
next
do!
one?
You can
And attack
choose
that.
either Fighties or Celestias.
I'll go for Celestias because that's already been,
Okay,
zapped.
Yeah.
go for it.
Okay, that's going to be a 14 to hit?
That does hit.
Hey.
Excellent. Ice cream dice, don't fail me now.
Also, it doesn't get a reaction because shocking grasp if that affects
Yep.
anything.
Brilliant. Okay, so that's another 7 slashing damage.
Okay, you slice down, just leaving a huge gap in its torso. It exudes another burst of noxious air. Celestia, you've already experienced this creature's noxious air once. You don't have to roll again, because it's the first time you have those. So give me a Constitution save.
Particular
Okay.
odour of death.
oh.
It's slightly different ones, like with wine.
Oh, that's a dirty 20.
Okay, you're fine. You're like, oh god, this all smells awful, but
Yeah. And I have one last attack, don't I?
yes, you do with your bonus action.
Right. Oh, that's a 12 to hit.
That just hits.
Okay. Brilliant. Okay, that's 8 slashing damage.
Okay, and yep, that's just enough. You slice into the cut you've already made and widen it just enough to break its spinal cord.
Yes.
With kicking it off, it kind of collapses to the ground, not quite in two pieces, but kind of fidgeting, unable to move its body, and you just give it a final coup de grace when it's down.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, that's Scamp's go. One left,
Okay.
which is on Fighty.
Just the one that that's easy enough. I'll just firebolt it then.
Go for it.
That's fine. It does. Oh well, that's not very good. That's a 13.
It hits roll damage.
14.
Okay. As expected, however, it's not quite as effective as you would have expected on this occasion. It seems that they've already charred to some degree, and the existing charring is protecting them from burning more. The flames don't really
Should have
catch.
just frostbited. Oh well.
Fighty is just going to lump in with 3 attacks of his own. And at that point, I think this... No, he just he just punches it in the face, caving the head in with these
Until it
with the
dies.
brass knuckles, and then as it goes to the ground, just beats it twice with the droog until it stops moving.
So
Anyone else for anyone else? No? Okay.
That summarizes us nicely.
I think we should sort the rest of these bodies out before they come
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Because clearly we're hitting the time limit for that to happen. So, yeah, maybe that before upstairs?
Yeah. Actually, on that note, would Corzin know what the usual amount of time that would have to pass is before the dead rise again?
Yes, you might. Give me a religion check.
I might know
Okay.
that.
Yeah, you can also do a
Yeah.
religion check.
Alright. Natural 20.
9. I've forgotten.
You're not really sure, Celestia, but Corzin, you know that while the classic folklorish answer is, on the third day, on the third night since their death they will rise, the answer is over 24 hours. But usually not before at least 3 days, but over 24 hours.
Right, okay. I relay this.
Still just getting the feeling we should sort these out. I think we're asking for it if we leave them as is.
No, agreed.
Okay.
I guess somebody keep a watch on the stairs, though. Scamp, keep a watch on the stairs and keep turned away from us chopping people's heads off.
I'm gonna stick my head up the stairs. I'm really tall.
And you can.
Actually, it might be really helpful if we get you to cut the bodies down from the ceiling.
Oh yeah, no, I can
I mean,
do that
it's a
easy.
bit grisly, but, I mean, they're kind of helpless where they are. The only way they're going to get down on their own is if they remove their own heads.
That's true, but I just don't trust them not to come back.
Well, that's my point. Even if they did come back, they're... All right, no, fair enough. We'll cut them down.
I didn't explicitly mention it, but as you killed each of these entities, each of these undead, Corzin and Celestia, you saw a small black shadow kind of rise out of them and then filter away into the air.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
So I guess we spend some time chopping heads off.
You do.
That happens.
There is you cut down the bodies as well.
Small again.
Yeah, I totally threw up throwing that out there. That happens. I'm sick.
Yeah.
And you take the time to decapitate the surviving bodies.
I then clean us all up with prestidigitation.
Yep. Snap, snap, snap.
So we're not covered in chunks, you know?
Thank you. Much obliged. Oh, the bodies that we behead, do they also exude the putrescence, or is it?
Like some putrescence, but not supernaturally so the way the ones these do. They're just it's just
gross. Yeah.
This is normal, common, or garden putrefaction.
Indeed.
Lovely.
Ugh.
So,
Alright, Scamp, you can look now.
I was looking anyway.
Why?
I don't know.
That's just stupid.
Out of character because wisdom is the dump stat.
Wisdom and strength.
Oh god. Better than con.
Yes.
okay. So you dispose of the bodies. I'm assuming you at the where do you put the bodies when you've finished dealing with
I mean,
them?
we want to sort of cover them up at least a bit, wouldn't we?
Yeah, if there's anything to cover them with. Yeah.
Are they
Maybe
of
a
the
little
same
pile
sort?
outside.
Are they
Clearly different, like the attackers and the victims, or is it just...
It looks, studying the bodies, it looks like the burnt bodies that were clearly at least a couple of days old. You can't make out a lot of their clothing and such, but they look like, they probably work, like they're just ordinary clothing. Looks like they might have worked here a little bit. Actually, a little better clothing than the peasants who are hung from the ceiling. Hanged from the ceiling, I should say, with who are clearly kind of dirty labourers' clothes. And those bodies all, Corzin, give me a medicine check.
Okay. That's an 8.
Okay. I mean, you don't have an exact time of death, but there's not really clear signs of elaborate decay. These ones were... The hanged victims were killed much more recently.
Yeah, I was worried about that. Corzin will point out the fact that the hanged victims are much more recent.
They're also missing their entrails.
Well, logically, he can't have come here that long ago, if we go by literal timing of how long it would have taken him to get here. I mean, he's ahead of us, but not that much.
How much time has passed since he came through the portal? It's barely been 24 hours, if that.
Actually, I mean, based on Fighty will just says, he came out of the portal about an hour after sundowns in Timothy, so I'd say it's 8 o'clock now. He's probably been out for about 27 hours.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's... these can't be older than a day.
No, they can't.
Which incidentally is roughly the time we've been awake. Ooh, bit knackered.
Alright.
Shit,
Well,
I'm tired.
Let's lie these people out
Yeah.
respectfully as we can and check upstairs, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, you take them outside and lay them out as respectfully as you can. And then head upstairs. Can you give me an investigation check, please?
All of us?
Yeah, anyone who's searching.
Okay.
Fucking hell. 7.
7.
Dirty 20.
3.
To be honest, even the 7s would have done this. He's not hiding well. You find very quickly badly hiding in a burnt out cupboard in one of the inn's rooms, there is a terrified looking young man in the same in just again kind of rough farm labourer's clothes. You can see he has a light slash across his stomach, which he's kind of, and he's pressed his clothes against it to kind of just staunch the bleeding, and there are rope burns around his throat. Please, don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Hey, we're not here to do anything bad. It's okay.
It's all right. Let me take a look at this, and I'm gonna try and triage his cut.
He flinches, but after seeing your medical tools, sort of very, very cautiously begins to let you treat him. Give me a medicine check.
Medicine?
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Oh, God.
Okay. It's... Looking at it, this is pretty... You look at it and you can see this boy... as you try to heal him, you accidentally... It looks like he's been almost cut into the sort of peritoneal sac, like deeply enough.
What is that? I'm so
So
sorry.
it's
I don't know what that is.
It's the little fleshy sac that surrounds all of your organs and keeps them in place inside your
good
torso.
Lord.
But it's just light enough that maybe he, could have survived, and if he was lucky enough to avoid extensive death by infection. Were it not for the fact that you attempting to examine the wound accidentally pierced the sac. He begins bleeding profusely.
Can I do a healing word when I see him
himself.
struggling?
Yeah, I'm going to say, Corzin, you now have to know that healing word might stop this, but you need to combine that with immediate surgery to make sure that you don't heal over the bleeding, the internal bleeding. And allow his internal organs to just the chest cavities just get filled up with blood. Give me another medicine check, please.
Do you stop me before I healing word him? Because, I would.
Yeah. Whoa, hold on. If you heal over that, you're just going to be patching the wound.
Right, what do we do?
All right. He takes out of his medical kit a rough piece of leather, shoves it in his mouth, and says, "Bite down on that hard." And he then takes out some of his other instruments and starts trying desperately to suture the wound. Okay, so the medicine check.
I'm going to bend luck as well, regardless on what happens here. Let's go.
Man, okay, that's going to be an 8.
Add a d4.
Okay, adding a d4. 11.
Okay, you stitch up as best you can before you call for the healing word to seal the injury.
Ding.
You think you've stopped the internal bleeding, but as it is right now, there could be a minor bleed and you wouldn't know.
All right.
You've done what you can.
And I say to him, "Lie still. You do not want to tear that."
Okay.
We'll get you out of here, I promise.
Yeah, we're not here to hurt you. What happened? Was it the man with the noose?
Yes. Oh, they called. He was awful and just kept rhyming. He told us. He told me to spread the word, to run as fast as we can, if we wanted to escape him. He called himself the Gallows Man. He said to tell this too, and he kind of takes you can see there's a loose nail, and he takes it just from one of the burnt out beds and scratches into the wood, almost like a stick figure with a noose. If I need to tell people, if we draw that on our walls, on our doorposts, he won't come for us.
No, I don't think that's a good idea. He isn't coming back this way. And
no.
I think you might be giving him power if you spread this.
Yeah.
He has power.
Yeah, so don't give him more. We're going to go and kill him.
Yes, we're going to take care of him. I mean, and you, I suppose, if you want somewhere to go.
Do you live here?
We live in the village nearby. I'm sorry, we came here to see if there was anything we could loot before we buried the folk here. We knew them, but we're starving, and we wanted to see if there was anything those deserters had left behind.
Seems
Right.
fair.
I swear we would have buried him.
Will you bury them now?
He kind of looks down at his state.
I mean, not immediately, but will you
yeah.
get some people?
I'll spread.
Don't do that right now. You'll hurt yourself.
Village, and I'll tell them. But
I've got some food. It's not very good, but
no, please, any food you have.
I'll give him 10 days of rations.
He greedily kind of shoves it into his pockets. Yes, even peasants have pockets.
Hey!
They're not very good pockets. They're very crudely sewn.
I'm gonna give him 2 gold.
He looks at it as if quite legitimately you've just given him nearly a month's wages.
Bury the dead.
Actually,
Okay?
sorry, that would be nearly half a year's wages.
Oh!
Fine.
Agrarian economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. This place got. Just please.
And help some other people with that if you can.
He nods unsteadily. Okay.
Do you want some beer? Or something?
Yes!
I've got dwarven whiskey.
That might be a bit too strong.
True, he's just had surgery.
He looks
Maybe not.
already delirious.
Yeah.
Give him 1 top for the pain and that's it.
I give him a top
He
for the pain.
knocks it back and coughs. Thank you.
It's okay. Have you got physicians and things? Have you got people who can see to that?
There's a wise woman who knows a few things, but the doctors have all. I'd need to go to Benoistville.
Well, we're heading that way
We
anyway.
are going there.
Yes, if you can, I don't think I can make a long journey. If you could send one out.
Of course.
Well, I've got this thing you could sit on. It only lasts an hour at a time, but it would be steady.
Well, we can use that to get him downstairs and onto the back of the cart.
It doesn't
at least.
do up and down.
Oh, yeah. It only does
Well, actually,
by
they'll be
floor.
alright above the stairs. It'll sort of slope a bit.
It sort of slowly bobs down, yeah.
Yeah, he might
Downstairs.
just slide off.
I mean, that would be really funny, but also really bleak.
If we can use it to carefully get him down the stairs and onto the back of the cart.
If you can just get me to the. If you help me downstairs, I can make it back to the village.
What's your village called, so we know where to send a doctor?
My village is. It's Jacques Lane.
Jacques Lane. Good, good.
Village of Jacques Lane. Okay. Thank you.
We're staying here the night. Would you like to stay with us?
Oh, Regent, no. No, I want
Okay.
to be gone from this place as fast as I can.
Right,
Would you like
okay.
a bowl of chocolate?
He looks bewildered by the fact you're offering him a bowl of this ridiculously luxurious. It's like, are you lords?
No, we're weird. Have a bowl of chocolate.
He gratefully drinks it. He's kind of almost is revulsed at the first by the just how sweet it is, but then greedily drinks down the rest, grateful for something warm. Although immediately he kind of clutches his stomach from the.
That might have been too rich.
Yeah, that might have been a lot. Shit. Well, some calories and sugar will be good for you, won't they?
Yeah, please, just help me down the stairs.
Yeah, sure.
I'll cast the floating disc.
Yeah, you take 10 minutes to cast the floating disc, aid him down the stairs, and once he gets down, couldn't quite manage stairs, but he's able to carry on towards his village on his own.
I'm going to fill his pockets with sweets when he's not looking.
Oh.
Give me a sleight of hand
Give him
check.
10 days worth of rations.
Sweets are important. 14.
Okay, you do so. His pockets, which were already bulging with rations, are now bulging with sweets. Really, any food is welcome. You get at this point. You get the feeling.
People here are desperate.
Yeah.
And at this point, you seeing him on his way, you make up one of the better rooms you can in that are still relatively intact on the second floor, and settle in to get some rest.
I cast alarm.
Alarming the area around.
Good idea.
And that is where we will pick up after the break. So, we'll rejoin you, or rather, you'll rejoin us after these, no doubt important, messages. And now for a word from our friends, the Dice Girls.
The Dice Girls may not know what we're doing, but we're sure having a lot of fun doing it.
Do my bagpipes have, like, attack damage? If I take out my bow, could I miss and hit triggers?
If you roll bad enough.
Have we been able to see the whole time?
You have dark vision! Surprise!
What ho, ugly creature.
Don't mind him.
Everyone's dying around me, but I can't hit anything!
Are you guys gonna be okay? Honestly, I think the answer to that is always no.
Who are you?
We're just some riffraff.
Not anything particularly special. We are the Dice Girls.
Find us wherever you get your podcasts.
I rolled a 4, we're gonna die.
Things are pretty bad in Suul right now. We are starving, marauding bands of deserters are pillaging the countryside, and taxes are higher than ever. The only thing that keeps us sane is liking, sharing, rating, reviewing, and subscribing to Flintlocks and Fireballs. Viva le Suul! And welcome back. So, after clearing out the halfway house and doing what you could, you settle down, putting up the alarm and having a fitful night's sleep.
Oh,
with your usual
before we
watches.
go to sleep,
Yes.
we check in with Molly and Vig. We can abstract
Okay.
that, but we said that we were going to, so that
Yeah.
So
happens.
abstracting this, Molly is glad but frustrated your current situation. Glad that you've returned to civilization. Frustrated that you're now hundreds of miles away in Suul.
Yeah. Confused
Yeah.
as to how he got there, I imagine, because I can't have told her that over sending in 25 words.
Yep, very confused, but glad you're alright. Vig reports back just a portion of it. Fortunate that 12 hours ago, rescue... That's
Okay,
French.
French.
Went French there. Is strangely close to Meadmirish there. 12 hours ago, rescue... Fucking hell! Not happening, is it?
France
Not
is invading.
France is invading Russia, which is appropriate for this time setting.
Oh, buddy, it's okay.
Hello and welcome to Meadmir. Okay, there we go. Hello, it's Uncle Vig. There we go. Rescue has arrived within the last 12 hours. Thinking. Expected old friend. Complicated meeting, but heading to Suul. May take some weeks to arrive.
Okay, on the way to Suul.
If we want to, not saying we have to, but we can tell him where we're headed.
We already said we were headed to Suul, didn't we?
You said that you were looking.
Yeah,
at
but
it,
I mean
right?
specifically.
I mean, I have another 3rd level spell. No, I wouldn't say that in character. That's not a thing. Sorry, just like retcon that. That was a complete
Yeah,
no,
slip. That's not a thing I would ever say as Celestia. I can do that once more.
Best leave it for now. It's not.
We're about to go to sleep.
Yeah.
If we're going to do it, it's a good time. Yeah,
Alright.
I guess I
Okay.
We'll just let
message
them know
back,
where we're going then.
tell them where we're going, like town-wise.
Yes,
So we're
indicate
heading
you're
to
Alicent
and then
hopefully to Kion.
Kion.
Ship is expected to return to port of Dulé near Alicent. Likely head to capital or may catch ship from there. But again, it's probably going to take them a while to arrive.
Where is the capital?
Oh,
The capital is Alicent, and it is 1 day's ride from Dulé.
big question actually. Did we not, in like the scraps of wreckage that we managed to salvage, find the letter of marque?
We did.
You did.
You still have it.
He is going to want that.
I mean, there's no war on anymore.
No, true, but he's probably still going to want that.
Probably,
If
yeah.
nothing else, he can, trade it in or, use it to prove who he is or where he's from.
Do you say this in character?
I think how Corzin would express it would be, if at all possible, we should probably see that this gets back to Vig. It's his by rights now, anyway.
Don't know if this is a bad person thing to say, but you eventually want a ship and he doesn't know that survived. Might not be a bad thing for you to have, darling.
If
Corzin
you want to
thinks to
go
himself.
privateering.
Yeah.
But
Well,
if you don't, it's not much value.
well, for me to be going privateering, there'd have to be a war on, and there isn't.
True. So technically it's of as little use to him as it is to you.
But it does have an emotional significance.
True. Like I say, don't know if I'm being the bad person here, but I just think it might not be a bad thing to hang on to it.
No, it's a practical consideration. I will mull on it further.
Yeah, have a think. We're not going to run into him for a few weeks anyway.
You settle down to sleep, maintaining a watch. I will say that over the course of the night, nothing trips your alarm. None of you really notice anything with the watches. Go on.
Can I take a watch either before or after Corzin and have a little chat with him in between?
You do?
Very small one. So, a bit of a weird thing. You've been with
Go
Molly
on.
for a long time, haven't you?
Farewell, yeah.
Have you ever been with anyone else?
Yeah, but not since I was with Molly.
Have you looked at anyone else since you were with Molly?
I suppose in passing, maybe, but
But no one's really stuck?
not especially, but it was kind of like... After I got together with Molly, it was more sort of... academic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why'd you ask?
No, apropos of nothing.
Can I do an insight check?
You can. Celestia, roll a deception check.
That's going to be a dirty 20.
Oh shit. That's an 18.
You get the feeling that Celestia may probably hiding something, or not talking about something.
Corzin leans in and says, "Would you be wondering if I was looking at anyone in particular?"
What do you mean here, darling?
Well, it's just a...
I'm not looking at... I wasn't wondering if you were looking at me, if this, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I was thinking you meant, but... In terms of people I've seen or possibly been attracted to, well, like I say, there's a couple, but I've not really acted on it since I've been with Molly, because, to be perfectly honest, as silly as this sounds, I honestly don't think that there's a better woman, and you're going to have to take my word for it when I say that she has more than proved that over the years.
I don't think I need to. She's fucking brilliant.
But, I mean, there were others before her.
I mean,
I remember actually...
You were a sailor.
Yeah, but even before that, I think, fair few once I started sailing about, but even before I left Barnacle Point, there's a fine young lady by the name of Rose Meter. She had a bit of a reputation, but I have it on good authority that most of the men who thought they got with her had their hand in warm compost.
What?
She was the farmer's daughter.
Right. She sounds great fun.
Had a good sense of humour.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Like the rest of them, she deserved better than she got. But no, we had a brief dalliance, but
dalliance is that what they're calling it these days?
Yeah.
No, I just...
But if you want to know about anyone specifically who I've come across, I'm not sure what to tell you, to be honest.
No, I just wondered, if you'd ever been tempted, that's all.
Tempted to go with someone even though I was with Molly.
Kind of?
Corzin thinks long and hard for a few moments and then says, "Not especially. Not in any serious way, no. I think that, I've done a lot of things in my life I'm not proud of, but I think if I did that to Molly, especially after all that she's done for me, I'd never forgive myself."
Shit.
Celestia, seriously, we've been travelling together long enough now. You can ask me straight what you want to ask me.
Remember Jet?
Yeah. Ah, I see.
Nothing.
Well, I couldn't
I didn't
honestly
fuck
blame
her or
you.
anything.
No,
Just,
I understand. I do.
she asked me to stay in the Dreamfold with her, and I really wanted to. And she kissed me, and it was nice. And I feel really fucking bad. And there's no one else here who knows about love stuff, and I don't know. This is really stupid.
Okay, he reaches over and he sort of just gently puts his hand on her arm and says, "You're in a very precarious situation, but I think it would be fair to say that given how... Well, let's not beat around the bush here. Obsessed you have been with finding Leah. If you were to give up on that at this point, you would spend the rest of your life asking yourself...
Well, I mean,
what
that's
if?
not in question. Like, I'm still going. I just feel awful.
I know. And it's
Like, I shouldn't have even been
absolutely...
looking at somebody else. Like, that's terrible.
You're a person. It happens. Like I say,
You don't.
I mean,
You just told me you don't.
I'm in a fortunate position. And my position is fairly unique. But also, not to put too fine a point on it, you're at a different time of life to me.
Because you're old.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
You hear Scamp kind of giggling in their sleep. They're not really sure.
If you don't mind me asking, how long had you and Leah been an item before you were separated?
That's a complicated question. Fuck, like... Sort of 9 months, sort of a year.
I understand. It can happen fast.
I
mean,
no, I know it's...
myself and Molly did.
I know that doesn't sound that long, but we were basically living together, so...
It's long enough,
we were living
trust
together,
me.
I don't know why I'm saying basically, but...
It's long enough, trust me.
It was fairly intense, the whole thing, so...
Yeah. I think
and the
you
thing
owe
is
it to yourself to...
I don't even know if she's going to be bothered when I do find her. I don't even know if there's something I should feel bad about, or if... like, it's over anyway. Either way, there's a chat that needs to be had, obviously.
Of course there is, and I think, clichéic though it is, one way or the other, what you need on this situation is closure, whether that be her and you going your separate ways, or getting back together again. The plain and simple truth of the matter is, you simply don't know at this point, do you?
No. And because of that, I feel like nothing should have happened with anybody else.
Well, seriously, don't beat yourself up about it.
Corzin, you love doctoring me. Corzin Horhace.
If you want to put it like that,
Love
I
doctor.
don't have it on my particular list of qualifications, but
I mean, you're a physician. Sorry, this was all sort of pathetic, wasn't it? You're just the only person I know who's actually in, like, a normal relationship.
I'm not even certain what counts as a normal relationship.
You know, neither am I.
And I think that's something to hold on to, don't you? Because, to be honest, one of the things that I have definitely learned from what little travels I've done is that normal's different everywhere you go, from person to person. And, like, you say that I've got a normal relationship, and maybe I have, but what's normal for me is not going to be normal for you.
Yeah, true.
Also, I don't even know what passes for a normal relationship down below.
Yeah, I don't want it, if what I've seen is anything to go by.
I can take your word for that. But yeah, it is what it is, and I know that's sort of a half answer, or perhaps no answer at all. But
Yeah, you're right. Also, if you tell Scamp, I'll murder you because I'll never hit the end of it.
to be perfectly honest, I'm not going to tell them, but I honestly don't think that they would care.
I'm sorry. I think they would take the piss relentlessly.
Well, there's that, but you know it would only ever be in good fooling.
I know. But it's still a bit embarrassing.
Ah, you're alright. And he sort of pats her on the back, and
Thanks.
he says, seriously, you're not a bad person for being tempted. You're a lucky person if you're not.
That's very kind.
And between you and I, whatever happens when you do finally meet up with Leah, she doesn't necessarily even need to know. Nothing happened. So...
Well, sort of did though, didn't it? But I guess I'll worry about that when it comes to it. It's not going to be like what I open with.
No,
By
obviously
the way,
not.
Kissed a mad dream lady in a sex palace. That's not where I'm going to start that conversation.
No, I imagine not. But in all seriousness, though, you made your choice, and I think if the two of you know each other and love each other as much as you seem to, she'll understand.
She's got a lot more to understand before that. But that's something we worry about later. Sorry for keeping you up.
No.
If you want to go to sleep, I can take my watch. Thanks for being Corzin Horhace love doctor. It's appreciated.
He cocks his tricon and says, "You're most welcome." And he goes and settles down for the evening.
In the next room, unbeknownst to you, the 6 bodyguards and Elizabeth, who, after you cleared this place, moved into another room to get some sleep themselves. Mm-hmm. You know, Beale is downstairs in what remains of the stables.
Oh, that's really sad.
Like
a burnt out stable.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wouldn't fit in the rooms. Upstairs, the next room, unbeknownst to you, Ivan and Sergei have finished talking about Sergei's own recent experience. Like, I know, but the thing is, I'm hundreds of miles from home, but I think of Pietro there, and I wonder, if I feel myself looking at other men, is he looking at other men? And Ivan just go to fucking sleep. I've already cancelled you about this.
Like, this is a conversation that happens every night.
I'm very insulted no one came to Scamp for romance advice.
I mean, I guess up to you if we woke you up at all,
Yeah.
My passive perception is 10.
Probably
you did not wake me up.
No. I didn't come to the 14-year-old for love advice.
Yeah.
Scamp, you were busy dreaming. Okay, 46, that's a good number. It's not above 50. Dreaming you were sitting in a tavern, listening to a bard tell this. Listening to a travelling storyteller telling the story of a brave warrior, which you recognise to be you, but no one else seems to recognise you.
Oh, that's an adorable dream.
That cute table fables. So, the rest of the watch proceeds uneventfully, and you find yourselves arising about 7 o'clock the following morning. It's still, actually it would be about 6 o'clock the following morning. Still a couple of hours until dawn, but you are slept and rested. and gathering out what rations you have, you manage to get down as much as you can, and prepare to venture onwards. So you make your way. You get up and you begin making your way on towards the town of Benoistville. Actually, it's a fair point. Along the way, you do actually pass quite close to the village of Jacques Lane. And there you see, sitting at the side, sitting by the side of the road, there are actually a couple of people just, gently trudging down the road in the direction of Benoistville. But upon seeing your group passing, one of them kind of turns and hopelessly sort of goes, "Hello, good morning." It is barely light, the first rays of pre-dawn light are coming up.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you have anything to eat.
Yeah. I'll give him a day's rations. Why not?
He nods thankfully, and he and the woman next to him, they could break them apart and begin eating them as they walk. You're heading to Benoistville?
Yeah. Yeah. You from around here?
Oh, we come from the village of Jacques Lane. We are needing to go see if we can get the priest.
I'm sorry.
There was my second cousin stumbled back into the village last night. He was delirious, but some sort of madman killed most of his family while they were out trying to find what they could. He died of... he had a cut over his stomach, and it looked like maybe it had healed a bit, but he just started coughing up blood, and yeah, causing you realise maybe that surgery wasn't as successful as you
Did he make it?
No, we are going to get a priest.
Corzin just takes off his hat.
He is saying about this mad creature with a noose, and told us to scratch little figures into our walls. I do not know.
If you see anything like a man with a noose around his neck or stitching across his stomach, get inside, hide.
Or run.
They nod fearfully. Thank you.
I know that doesn't, put you in the best spirits to hear, but really, he is real, and it's not good.
You see them...
We found some of his handiwork further up.
But don't go scratching his symbol. It doesn't feel like that's a good idea.
Not particularly.
My cousin, he said there were bodies up by the halfway house, so once we have the priest and we have buried him, we will go and see what we can do for them.
Yeah. Do you want travelling companions? I mean, we've got a guard. We're heading there
we
anyway.
would most appreciate it,
Do you
yes.
want to walk with us?
Thank you. And you head out, and over the course of the next several hours, you march on into daylight, up, the sun beating overhead, or they're actually possibly not the sun beating overhead, as the sky begins to get greyer and greyer over the course of the day, until by the time it gets towards the actual towards midday, there is already just a faint hints in the distance that rain is going to start coming. but it doesn't quite make it all the way to where you are. You can see just further to the south rain clouds that pass on by. Nevertheless, you do, towards the later part of the afternoon, make your way towards the town of Benoistville. You can see the town is larger than that of Saint-Exupéry. It's not walled, but although you can see some, like on the horizon, like within a few miles, there's a small stone chateau, presumably the seat of a local baron, or perhaps even the Comte du Benamont, if indeed that is his chateau. Nevertheless, there are a number of people in the town, and again things show signs of better days. Some of them, a handful of them, you see as your armed force marches towards town, a number of citizens come out. Just a couple of them have muskets, but most of them have just got farming implements, some tied to poles, almost a sort of rabble of whatever they can get. Lay down your weapons! Lay down your weapons! One of them calls out.
Seriously, what?
Please.
Do you really, really want to be doing this?
Please, no weapons in the town!
I'm sorry, what's that you've got, darling?
Look, what do you want? We have nothing left to take!
We're not here to take anything.
Kind of squint, trying, almost as if they're trying to see if they can believe you.
Well, Corzin has his hands, not like high up above his head, but like open and out to show, look, I'm not carrying any big murderous weapon.
Apart from all of the ones on you.
All
but
of the
weapons!
Like, I'm not wielding a big murderous weapon.
This is true.
We're just traders. Look, we've got a small child with us. We're not here to attack.
I'm the monkey!
Yeah, look, I've got loads of musical instruments. I'm just a singer.
Make a persuasion check.
Such a fucking lie.
Possibly deception check then.
There's nothing just about the singer you are.
Deception.
Yeah, if
persuasion.
technically that. I'm going to give that your choice.
It's not technically. I mean, I am a singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not
I'll
lying.
say this is a persuasion.
18.
Like they kind of look uncomfortably at each other. That none of the guards, like Ivan or his group, have drawn their weapons yet, but awkwardly they begin raising their weapons.
We're just passing through. We don't want any trouble.
I'm sorry. And the one who's been speaking, who was holding what looks like an actual polearm, but one that's clearly like his grandmother's. Raises it and steps forward as actually a halfling. So as polearms go, it's a relatively short one. He steps forward, and you can see once upon a time he did have that classic jolly halfling physique, but he is decidedly scrawnier than he was before, and he steps forward and offers you a hand. My apologies. Bilgi-san, at your service.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you.
He's offering it to Corzin, but shakes yours as well.
Okay, no, I take it.
Demand a handshake. So.
Corzin Horhace at your service. What went on here? Who?
I am sorry. We have we have been beset by these deserters for the better part of a week now. We thought you were more of them.
Well, I think that at least some of them have scattered off further up the pass here.
They are sending out raiding parties. Is what we know. A lot of them they've been. We think they are hiding out in there are woods nearby Benoit's forest. he gestures towards what is frankly more like a copse. It's like a small enough forest that doesn't really even appear on maps.
God, even small forests are shit.
Yeah, but does border onto the town, like some distance away. It's kind of like off at an angle from where the town and the chateau are. But they have been moving around. They have been sending out parties throughout Benemont. We have been praying to the regent that the Comte will return, hopefully with aid from the king. We know that he has gone to the Convention of Estates in the hopes of requesting military aid.
That's the one that's going on forever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do?
I mean, there are easily 3, perhaps, 3, maybe 4 dozen of them in the woods. You seem pretty armed, but you're not. You're not a military unit. At which point, Ivan clicks up. Also, we are not contracted for hunting down bandits. That's not.
I wasn't inviting you.
What we're being paid for. If they attack us, we're happy to defend. But this is our charge. He gestures towards the child and the pony and his employer.
Yeah. Also, though 3 or 4 dozen, I'm not sure we could do that.
Not all
That's
at once.
There's more than what we saw further up.
I mean, there is some of the local baronets, perhaps, if you could convince them to bring their household guards to assist, that would be or maybe at this rate, perhaps the best thing you could do is if you could please carry on word to Fredon or even to the capital and just beg for more assistance. We need the army.
Who should we speak to?
Yeah, do you have a name?
In charge of the garrison there?
Yes, I believe there is a small garrison in Fredon. I do not know who is in control of the garrison, but Baron, it would be Baroness Mariette is the Baroness of Fredon. There are also a couple of baronets in the area who might be able to assist. Baronet Pierre, and he gestures actually off towards the chateau that you can see in the distance, and then again to the south. There's a few miles, about 4 miles off that way. There is Baronet Sophie. Those are the closest ones to Benoitville, would be able to render assistance. I know but they have withdrawn into their chateau with the household guard. They have not sent any aid.
Bugger. I mean, if we go near any of that, we'll have a go, I suppose. I'll look at the other 2.
If we're passing by, we might as well. These people, well...
They need help.
They're desperate just the same as the deserters here are, but the difference is the deserters have turned to armed robbery, essentially. And while I can't honestly blame them, there's no excuse.
No, there really isn't. I mean, also, their woods are the ones with the weird stuff in it, so we should probably have a look in there for Smith.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Is it worth asking if they've seen a undead man with a noose?
Has anyone turned up dead recently?
Yeah,
Unexpectedly?
loads.
Strange.
Anyone...
But it's strange you should mention that. We found. We had thought it was the. We thought it was the deserters, but they did not take. The old mother old mother Marie and her daughter Borette, they were found this morning when dawn came, hanged from the barn with their stomachs cut. But we thought it was a band of raiders, but when we checked, we knew they were hiding a little bit of grain. The storehouse, that secret store had not been to be disturbed.
Where was this?
He gestures over towards some of the farmland, and you can just make out a small barn. It's not far from Benoit's woods.
I have to go and look. I can track him.
Right, we should go and look in the woods.
It is, fair warning, it is now currently about 40 minutes or so till dusk.
Should we go into the woods in the dark, or should we wait?
What are the odds of a portal opening tonight?
The Fighty thinks.
Fighty?
Kind of sniffs the air for a moment. He kind of picks up some dirt and rubs it between his fingers. I mean, I'm not perfect. I am not as good at this as Vera, but I'd say pretty strong.
Okay, we should go
especially
now,
if
then.
there's weird shit that's happened around here. Yeah. It's
if
like,
we wait, he might kill someone anyway.
Yeah, or he might disappear into the portal and then come out somewhere
Yeah.
else, and fuck knows where he'll turn up, you know?
Agreed.
Do you need to get to the barn to track him, or can you do it from here?
I think it would probably be best if we did it from his last known location.
Let's do
Okay.
that. We're going to go and have a look in your woods, if that's all right.
be our guest, but
I'm
obviously...
sorry, I'm laughing because
I
Gideon
realise.
Beast.
I
Yeah,
just said
you cannot say that
Zakia in a terrible
I'm
French
sorry,
accent.
that was so not an in-character laugh. I just was like,
I just
yes.
realised I said that.
Yep.
Yeah, be our guest. Be our guest. But
You can't say
Stop it!
rephrase it, please.
you said there are dangerous things in there. Just take care of yourselves, okay? And please, if you can, spread the word. Try and if you can ask the garrison for help when you go on your way, if you survive. Please do. At which point,
We'll do what we can.
Ivan says,
Of course.
if it is all right with you, I think that perhaps we should stay here.
Yeah, no, you definitely should
Elizabeth
not
says,
come.
indeed, if we could...
Oh my god, don't bring a child into the woods.
No,
Stay here.
go get
Oh,
some
no,
sleep.
no.
Go.
Of course. Do you have an inn? I mean, it is not really in service, but okay. But certainly, do you have money or food? Yes, please. A couple of the villagers look kind of greedily at her for a moment, but then they notice the armed men, and they kind of back off a little bit. Please, just somewhere for me and my guards and my son to stay overnight.
Hey, if we survive and we want an inn to stay in, we're happy to pay for that, so...
You
Agreed.
see one very kind of desperate-looking individual, like an old man with a wispy grey beard, like, oh yes, people are staying at my inn again. Oh.
Oh, that's really sad.
Yeah. So you head on towards the barn. As you arrive at the barn, you can see that the little farmstead is notably abandoned. There's also something else. You do find the spot where the two ropes are still connected to a rafter in the barn. The bodies have since been cut down, and you can see they've been busy this morning. There are two freshly dug graves.
Good.
By the barn, and there's also a message scrawled in. It's less of a message and more of a signature, scrawled in blood and. Well, bluntly, blood and feces.
Oh god.
Is a stick man.
guts.
Yep, is a stick man on the wall with a noose rope and the head tilted to one side. And as you're going on your way there, I will say, perception checks, please.
Okay.
12.
5!
13.
I've not
You do
rolled a double
notice,
figures perception check today.
Yeah, Corzin Celestia, you do notice a couple of doors nearby recently scratched just into the wood frame are the little markings of a stick man with a little noose.
Saints, damn it.
He's trying to become like Coalbeard, isn't he?
Yes.
Because then he can't die in the Dreamfold because there'll be loads of people who know who he is and have horrible dreams about him. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to become like Coalbeard.
Scratch out the... If I'm assuming you're showing me...
Yeah, if you point them out, then
that
you
I
can,
definitely can... Because I want to get rid of them.
Yeah, okay, you easily just go over and scratch them out. It's just markings in wood.
Had there been that illustration made in the remains in the...
In the inn? No, but he did leave someone alive in that one.
Alright. Okay. I was just going to say, not really our place to do this, but we should, maybe, clear off as much as we can and scratch out those figures.
Mm.
Yeah. Scamp's just done it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Like, that happened.
Yeah, I think.
Alright, Corzin, do you want to do your thing?
Alright, Corzin is going to go to the edge of the woods. He is going to kneel down and place one hand on the ground, close his eyes, expend a spell slot, and cast Primeval Awareness. Which, given that forest is now one of his favourite terrains...
Because of how many horrifying experiences you have had in forests!
Recently, yes. Anything within
6 miles. Well,
miles
6 miles pretty much
that
covers
is-
the entire copse.
Yeah.
What would show up here?
Anything
No,
that
I know
is-
what's showing up. I'm just thinking
Okay.
about what's here.
Okay.
Okay. There are two sort of pings that resound to you. You can just sense, as your inner sets out, there's two, like, pulses. One, there is a pulse, faint, scattered, like almost like spread out, just or like little and indistinct pulses of undead. But there's also an intense sort of wrongness dropping in your gut that you instinctively interpret as aberration.
Would it be reasonable to assume that's what Smith would be now?
It's kind of giving you the same kind of sinking sensation you instinctively felt in your gut when you first laid eyes on the Despiser of Song.
Ah.
So
Okay.
that and undead? Or...
Yeah,
but
both.
he's got a pocket full of undead.
Yeah.
You've still got
I mean-
those undead pugs on you.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to help, is it?
No, you're always going to sense undead.
That's a good point, but would that be enough to flag up?
I mean, yeah.
It's actually enough to ping up undead.
You've probably got
'Cause it just tells
a
you.
couple of hundred bugs in there.
It does tell you if there are just it doesn't necessarily indicate in any strong way the presence of or numbers. So it is just a pocket full of ping. Although I will say, it's you're used to having them there, and you do get a tiny ping that you can tell is centered right on you. But you also get the sense that there is like a little ping.
There's something else
elsewhere as well. Yeah.
I really hadn't considered that, but you're so right.
But no, you're quite right. Yeah,
it's
it will
fair,
always
it's
ping up
fair.
undead, but
I've got to find somewhere to sell these or do something with them.
I now unfortunately have Pocket Full of Undead stuck in my head to the tune for Pocket Full of Sunshine.
I'm trying to fit it into the tune of Jimothy because that's where my brain's at right now. It's not quite working and it's really infuriating.
It's a pocket full of dead, undead Beatles, black, not red. I've actually lost the tune Jimothy. That wasn't the tune Jimothy.
Haha.
Ooh. I wrote that tune.
The curse is broken.
Okay, so. But yes, pulsing out, that's what you sense.
Undead.
So we have aberrant and undead. I mean, the undead could be just people he's killed that have risen again.
True, or the undead could be him and the other thing could be something else.
True.
Is this the woods the bandits live in?
Yeah, it's the woods that are, about, what do they say, 3 or 4 dozen bandits live in.
So they could have killed anyone and left them to rise.
Oh, good. Well, I'm fucking buzzing for this. I don't know about you.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh,
so excited. Just thrilled to be here.
Just love what our lives have become, Just everything I wanted.
Dream come true.
Let's go and find an undead murderer who strangles people.
Can I retrace my steps?
Great day out.
Can I retrace my steps back to where the initial bodies were found, and then try and see if there are any tracks that could be Stringer Smiths leading away from it?
Give me a survival check, and I believe do you have advantage within your favoured terrain?
Yes, I do.
Favoured terrain.
Yeah, just double checking. It doesn't say anything about that specifically with primary awareness. But
what are your current favourite enemies?
My current favourite enemies are humans, Sahuagin, and monstrosities.
Okay, yeah. So monstrosities, just to mention, will cover things like I think Chimera and possibly Suul. I'm not sure. Where as opposed to things like nightmare creatures, which would be more like aberrations or fae.
Right. Yeah.
Just so you're aware.
Are we doing fae?
They're like entities that flag up as fae exist. So like fairies, like things like the fatlings would count as fae.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So
I know you've messed with the definition.
Yeah,
of fae.
I messed with the cosmology a bit, but like those things count as fae.
What in the book is fae is
Yeah,
that makes
generally,
sense.
if it has the fae type,
cool.
It'll show up.
I'm just double checking the favoured enemy. Oh yeah, I do have advantage to track my favourite enemies on my favourite terrain. But anyway, survival. That is a 14.
14. Okay. You can see. It takes you a few moments to kind of get what's happening because you see just a footprint, like a bare, unshod footprint here, and then there, a long distance away. Before you put 2 and 2 together and realise that you actually have to track some distance, and a good 40 feet away from the last footprint, you find another quite deep in the earth, and it kind of see how it rolls and springs forward.
The heck was he
Another
jumping?
40 feet from there, you find the next one, and you see it's
This doesn't make any
bounding
sense.
into this towards the forest.
It's like he's some demonic bunny rabbit.
Or could he swing from the trees on his little noose thing? Now that's mental.
Could he?
That can't work, can it? Surely.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, I continue tracking the tracks as far as they will go.
And you head in towards the forest quickly, and you begin to see, indeed, little rope burn marks on tree branches here and there, or places where the foot bounces off the side of a tree.
As if he's fucking swinging on a noose.
It makes sense.
I mean, it does, but it also kind of doesn't, because how the fuck do you orchestrate doing that?
By being a creature of nightmare.
Yeah.
He's not having to deal with the usual rules of the world that we have to, which makes him much more dangerous.
Yeah, I suppose the dream creatures can do weird stuff, can't they?
It could
But
be
can
whatever
they do
we're
this
scared of.
weird stuff here?
Nightmare did.
True.
Like, the nightmare wasn't less powerful because it was out of the portal, was it?
The
No.
empty cabin was pretty freaky.
The
not
hater
wrong
of
there.
song, like...
Fighty kind of kicks in. No, because of their connection to the Dreamfold, they kind of almost bring a little bit of the rules of that world into ours, if they're able to cross over and remain here. So, yeah, that's what the living nightmares are a bit like that. They get to still work on dream logic.
Okay.
Great.
Right.
How far do the tracks go?
They go on for some distance, and you continue following them through. You're able to keep following them, however. Smith doesn't seem to have made too much of an effort to conceal the tracks. However, this is your favoured terrain. I believe you can actually move but only you, or a party composed entirely of rangers, can track. I mean, you can track at full pace. But also, if you're traveling alone or only with other rangers, you can move stealthily at a normal pace. So you can stealth without moving any slower. I'm just checking whether the rest of the party is moving quietly as well, or indeed if you are.
I'm gonna be being cautious with this, because even though I don't make noise when I move,
you're still visible.
I'm still visible. Yeah. So.
I would be attempting stealth, but am still wearing.
Yes, you have your
stupid
disadvantage.
Clothes. So there's an attempt at stealth being made, but how well
Do
it
you
will
want
go
me
remains
to make
to
a
be
stealth
seen.
check?
Yes, go on.
All of us?
Yes, Corzin with your advantage. Scamp
Okay.
also with advantage if you want to make it, because we've got a hilarious stealth distribution in this party.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's actually
Dirty 20.
19.
12, which isn't terrible with disadvantage. Not good, but like...
Fighty as well. Let's roll for Fighty. Okay, Fighty got like a 22.
Wow.
Okay, so what was that? What was yours, Celestia? 12?
12.
12. Cool. So, as you continue making your way along, therefore, and so as you continue making your way deeper in, you can see that Smith was travelling, because again, this is like, you've been spending a lot of time in the woods lately, so you actually learn, when tracking other creatures, you learn their exact number, sizes, and how long they pass through the area. There is one Smith. He is medium
How long ago
sized.
was he here?
However, you can tell that it looks like you would guess that he went into the woods around about dawn.
And it's now in the afternoon.
It's now in the afternoon. It's getting close to dusk, and you can see that. And it looks like he probably travelled through this route, maybe the better part of 6 hours ago. It's now.
Right.
It was about 45 minutes to dusk when you entered the town. So by this point, you're about half an hour towards sundown as you're progressing through.
All right. Is there any clue as to where it is he's headed?
Yeah, he seems to be going deeper in a more or less a beeline. So you can kind of follow through. However, as you're going onwards with your passive perception alone, you hear the sound of you hear from up ahead. First of all, you see a couple of figures in rough, kind of dirty-looking blue uniforms with muskets, kind of just moving, trying to move quietly through the woods. But you can tell that they're kind of
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor.
yeah, they're kind of keeping an eye out. Like there's definitely a sort of patrol to the look of them, and then you can just see there are a couple of female soldiers. One of them kind of stops, like, wait, Louise, did you see some sort of... I swear I saw a flash of purple. I'm kind of peering vaguely in your direction.
I stay very quiet.
Quickly. Ready your musket. It's not that rifles don't exist, but they're not used in this part of the world. They're this time very inaccurate technology still.
Fair enough.
So they lower their muskets and start cautiously moving forwards. Going to roll a perception, an active perception check for them. Sir! And you see them point straight at where Celestia is. Hush! They going to roll a check for whether they are more aggressive or not. Okay, hyper aggressive. They both level their guns at Celestia. And that was a 20 for aggressiveness. So yeah, I guess they're going to shoot first and then ask questions.
Right. I'm assuming I don't have any time to do anything.
Also shoot.
I think this is a roll initiative and see whether you can react before they shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nope.
18.
6.
18. 6.
16.
Okay, Celestia. Roll for fighting just for the hell of it. Okay, Celestia, you're able to act first.
Okay. We've had a rest, haven't we? We've
Yes.
done that. Fuck it. Right, I am going to do the Mantle of Majesty thing. So again, I'm going to breathe in the Rainbow Spirit and it glows sort of out of my eyeballs. I'm going to look at one of them and I'm going to go, put down your gun, and cast Command as a bonus action.
Not enough to make they sort of and drop their gun.
Yes.
The other one is still kind of looking, but is now looking just a little bit unnerved by what the fuck's just this strange drow just basically bleeding rainbows out of their eyes.
Yeah. Like a little bit out of the hair too, I'm thinking. It's all quite glowy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to do in your turn?
Fuck it. I'm going to... that's a bonus action. I assume invoking Mantle of Majesty must be an action.
Yeah, let me just double check the Xanathars. By the way, you are all about... I think they're about 6...
It doesn't say, but I would assume it's an action. That seems fair.
I think Command is 60
Command's a
foot
bonus
range.
action.
Yeah, I'm just checking what the range is, because I think it's 60 foot. So I'm going to say they're about
feet.
maximum range for that.
And it probably has to be the thing of, they must be able to see, hear, and understand you.
That's alright. Command. There we look at this, and we go backwards in the book, and this is compelled duel. That is not what I want.
Why is Vig reading me the player's handbook?
60 feet. So yeah, we'll say that.
That seems plausible.
Yeah, they were at 60 feet when they caught sight of you. It's thick woods. So yeah, and activating it is interesting.
Yeah.
Nope. You, as a bonus action, you cast Command without expending a spell slot, and you take on the appearance of unearthly beauty. So it's just a command.
And I can keep it for up to a minute,
and
keep
you retain it for up to a minute,
action, as far as I'm aware.
up to a minute, or until your concentration ends.
Yeah, and every turn I can cast Command if I want to. Basically, is how I've read it. So I can do something else. Technically.
Yes, you
can. All right, I'm gonna very briefly turn around to the rest of the party, give them a wink. A little flash of rainbow comes out of the eye that I wink out of, and you will get 5 temporary hit points. And I mean, you can move if you fancy it, but I doubt it.
I think actually I am gonna are these two people human?
Yes, they're 2 humans.
Right. I am going to try to move as unthreateningly as possible towards them and say, "We mean you no harm. We are just in these woods tracking someone." They
react startled, having completely not seen you up to this point at your sudden appearance.
Shit.
But make a persuasion check.
Okay.
It's not an initiative, that is.
That is...
Oh, true, not initiative. Well, they're next in initiative.
No, but Corzin.
Corzin is next in initiative.
Oh, right, cool.
So
we're now on Corzin's turn.
Yeah,
Persuasion.
It's just convenient.
But also
18.
Scamp and Fighty can move if they want to
Yes.
now.
No, I'm staying hidden.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 for the
Was
persuasion.
that 18?
18, yeah.
Okay. They kind of look. Okay, we'll see what happens on their turn. Yep. Which is next? The one who's like, pick up your gun! Pick up your gun! Kind of awkwardly picks up the gun.
Don't do it.
You should know that these woods are filled with members of the 33rd. So you should leave now. You will be in deep trouble. That's you get the feeling they're holding their gun, kind of trained on one kind of trained on you, Corzin, one trained on the other one picks up and trains it on Celestia, but that's all they're doing.
Them.
That's all they're doing this turn.
Is that who you're with?
Yes, we are. Look, please. Who are you? Who are you with?
No one. We're just tracking someone.
Ourselves mainly is who we're with.
So
but we've no quarrel with you.
What are you then? Bounty hunters?
I'm a fucking musician.
There is something loose in these woods that ought not to be here, and it's killing people. We're trying to stop it before it kills more people.
Look. You should not be in this place. We just want to get as much as we can to survive and move on, okay?
Have you come across any hanged men or women recently?
Are we still in initiative? I'm confused.
I mean, we're kind of stretching out the conversation a bit, but I'm going to give the option to Scamp. So Scamp, is there anything...
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Fighty is just probably going to hold in the circumstances. Scamp, is there anything you want to do?
No, there's nothing much I can do that's useful. Actually, sorry, let's cast Friends. They're in 60 feet.
Yep, okay. The one that dropped their gun is like, I think maybe we should just leave them alone, this seems...
I think that's a really good idea. There's a lot more than you can see. Hi!
Oh, a friendly person in the woods. Are you fucking kidding me? That is a thief!
Yes, a friendly.
Can I do something?
Sorry, yes, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's alright. I was confused whether we were in initiative or not. I couldn't tell.
We kind of started slipping out of it when I realised that we shouldn't because there's stretching the talking rules there.
It's alright. I don't mind, but I just wanted to know.
Scamp acted. Then so it's your Fighty's not doing anything. It's your go.
Yeah, I think you should get out of the fucking woods. I cast command on the other one.
Okay. Natural 20. Sort of shakes her head. No. We have to stay with our company.
I think your whole company should get out, really.
I mean, it makes a good point.
I've still got an action.
You still got an action.
Sorry.
So I'm on the one that's not friends.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast suggestion.
Okay. Go.
And I'm going to say, really, you should take your whole company and put a lot of distance between you and these woods. There's some bad things in here.
Fuck, I do not like this, but we should. All right, we should warn the captain. You think? Yes. And they carefully begin backing away. Just go. Please don't. If you give us any trouble, we will shoot. I promise you. They begin sort of backing.
We're not giving you any trouble, friend.
No trouble from us.
In kind of almost exactly the direction the tracks have been going, but slightly differently.
Bye.
Yeah. Also, for the record, when I cast suggestion, the first thing goes down because that's another concentration. So I'm no longer rainbowed, but
but your words have held with them. And after they back away to about 300-400 feet away until they're kind of out of sight, and then you hear the sound of them running. Fighty steps out.
That
from
can
the
stay
bushes
for up
hiding
to
him.
8 hours, so I'm just going to I'm concentrating on it.
You're concentrating on that.
Yeah. For as long as possible, anyway.
Yeah. Looking up, the sky is getting darker.
Okay. I'm going to try and track as far forward as I can before we lose the light entirely.
All right. I'm going to ask you. So you guys are all moving at full pace.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to move at full pace, the rest of you won't be able to stealth. Only Corzin can really stealth.
Cool.
All right. Corzin, you roll me a stealth check with advantage because of the boots, but and also a survival check to track.
Okay. That's a stealth. That is 13.
Okay.
And the survival is a 23.
Okay. You are able to track quickly and effectively. Again, Smith has not been hiding their tracks, and you make it progressing forward, moving quickly, with perhaps less than 5 minutes remaining until sundown. The sun dwindling in the sky that you can just faintly make out the deep pinks and purples of sunset in the sky above through the trees, the bare winter trees. You see the tracks go almost directly and then veer off suddenly, and you see leaping entirely into the trees. No more ground tracks, just hopping tree to tree. But the reason you see why it seems to break off for a while is because you reach a wide clearing. Not that wide, still ringed with trees, maybe about 60 foot in diameter, as a sort of in a rough circle. And in the center of that clearing, there are 3 large stones, like standing stones, just driven deep into the soil, arranged in a rough triangle. Camped around that, however, you can see there are indeed dozens, about 40 men and women, some halflings, some humans, gathered in a loose camp. You can see where they have started to pile any crates, barrels, wagons, things around the edges of the camp, providing sort of cover, points where they could, in the event they were attacked, could take some sort of concealment. But in the very center, you can see where a lot of the camp are. So you can see some members of the camp might be seem to be sleeping in tents. Others have disassembled and are cleaning their weapons. Others still. There are a couple on guard. In fact, I will say there are a total of 6 sentries that you can see, positioned around the edges of the camp in pairs. So there are the way that they're set up actually would be at every if you imagine a triangle. So like an equilateral a rough equilateral triangle. Pairs of sentries with muskets just walking walking a very loose perimeter, keeping an eye out into the woods, with most of the camp just at rest in the middle. You can see there is towards the center as well. One figure is wearing an open, what looks like an open captain's jacket, which I think is one of the. Actually, no, this would be above captain. This would be an open sergeant major's jacket. So one of the higher ranks you can get to as a non-commissioned officer.
Okay.
And you can see the lady wearing it is a human woman, quite large, muscular, has a shaved head, just quite a strong jaw. Is currently in the middle of eating a thin soup filled with millet and discussing with several other soldiers. They're all just camped around these 3 standing stones.
Okay, I turn to Fighty and say, do you think there's a portal here, maybe?
They said the standing stones.
Yeah.
They mentioned them.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the way this has happened is because you're currently the one sneaking calls, and you've gone a little bit ahead, seen this, and moved back to report to the others.
Yeah, I would come back.
Yeah,
I definitely would.
So, having described it, Fighty goes, "Oh yeah, definitely. If there's going to be a portal, it's going to form there."
They picked a fucking terrible place to camp.
I know what. I mean, if there's rumours of monsters in the woods, you don't stay in the stone circle. That's just.
I feel like maybe it was just the only clear place they could camp.
Some people have no sense of narrative.
Oh man.
I mean, it must be their first night here, because they wouldn't have come back and camped there if they'd seen a fucking portal open, would they?
Well, it might not open every night.
True.
Is that how it works, Fighty?
A lot of these will only open maybe once a month, or irregularly. Like I've known one that'll open up for 2 weeks every 3 years. So they work on weird rules, but
oh right,
I can feel it in my teeth. There's going to be one that's going to open up soon.
What, like tonight?
All right. Well,
within the next 5 minutes, as soon as the sun sets, kind of feel.
That's not going to go well for those 40 soldiers that are around, is it?
Probably not. No.
I'm kind of worried if we warn them, they'll murder us. Anyone else feeling similar?
Oh, no, with you on that one.
Much
There's
as I don't
a lot
like it,
of them.
much as I don't like it, we're going to have to stake this place out until Smith shows himself, and then try and nab him before he goes back through the portal.
Basically,
how easy is it to get through? Like, it's open in a second and you go through, or is it a slow process?
It'll likely open over the course of about anywhere between a minute, 30 seconds to a minute.
And then it'll stay open for
and then
a
it'll
while.
stay open, usually overnight.
Let's hope they all have the sense to run off screaming into the woods when the portal opens.
Or at least start attacking the man with the noose.
I mean, that would be helpful too. If they killed him for us, I would not complain, personally.
No, neither would I.
But I think they're more likely to run off screaming into the woods. That's probably what I'd do.
One way or another, we've got to make sure that he doesn't get out of here.
Yeah, we can't have him go into that portal.
From the far side of the camp, you hear the sound of... and then you hear in the distance, "What was that sound? You! Form a team together, go investigate!"
I think they may have just solved our problem for us, and Corzin starts cocking his carbine.
Should we get closer and see if we can see what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Stealthily!
Yeah, can I have scout rolls?
I'm assuming we're doing a really wide circle around the outside rather than going too near the camp.
In
In
order to see, you kind of need to get within a certain distance and hide behind the trees and look. So give me some stealth rolls.
Shit.
Ooh, those are both really good.
God.
I've had the most the same. 23.
6.
Nice. 6.
Help.
23.
It's always the thing, group stealth, you're only as stealthy as the least stealthiest person.
I know.
Unless you're adding up successes and failures. Depends how you do it.
It really does depend how I'm doing it, yes. And that was quite a lot of successes. So, as the four of you kind of creep closer, and you see heading off 10 of the 40 soldiers have just formed together into a group and are now moving off, muskets readied, deeper into the woods, the opposite way to which you've come, heading off towards the sound that they've just heard. Others are beginning to kind of reassemble their weapons, ready themselves. Some of those who were sleeping have kind of been roused, and you can see they're kind of slowly and cautiously getting into a position of readiness. So there's still about...
Heidi, can I ask a question?
Go
How
for it.
big's the portal?
Probably will only appear within those three pillars, which is about roughly a 5-foot cube.
So if we made an illusion of a portal, that might draw him out before it opens.
Actually, that could work.
Would a minor illusion fit in there?
I can
minor
do
illusion
bigger
is
ones.
exactly a 5-foot cube, so yeah.
Yeah.
But the minor illusion is also a still image.
I can do a not still image now. I have major image.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so let's do that conversation in character.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just...
Yeah.
We can make an illusion of the portal, but I don't know how good it's going to be. Mine's very still.
Dreamfold did something to me. I think I can do bigger ones now.
Alright, well,
I
if
think
you
I can make it make noise and move and stuff.
Well, if you can do that, we can draw them out before the portal's even here. Even
Yeah,
better.
maybe get rid of the soldiers before there's any actual potential Dreamfold monsters coming out of it.
I'm liking this more and more. Fighty, what do
Yeah.
you think?
I think it's as good a plan as any. We've probably got less than 2 minutes before sunset hits anyway,
Great,
so it's a
let's
great
do it.
time to do
Let's
it.
do it.
Okay, you step
Right.
forward, Celestia. You see...
I need to be within 120 feet, but I would like to be no closer than that,
Okay,
preferably.
so as you're getting closer, Corzin and Scamp, you see a moment where Celestia almost steps on a dry twig and you both catch her and manage to stop her in time. Group self check.
Yeah, whip it
Thank
away.
you. I don't know what's wrong with me. You're both the best. So
And you all move to within exactly 120 feet of the portal, which is 90 feet away. Which is necessarily 90 feet away from the from the thing, because I said it was a 60-foot diameter, not radius.
So I'm going to how I picture this happening. Rainbow Spirit, Purple Spirit, and although you can't really see it, Sound Spirit all sort of come together, and it's like the Rainbow Spirit is sort of like a paintbrush, and it paints a really small picture of the portal. Sort of where my cupped hands are, like I kind of take a minute to like put it together, like I'm drawing a picture sort of thing.
Yeah.
Corzin, you can see this, but Scamp, you just see the image start to form
Yeah,
in her hands.
and
That's
then
cool.
I throw it basically, and it appears where I
the
want it
image
to
kind
be,
of
and
like
it's all
filters out of
moving and
existence
doing
and
stuff like it would.
reappears, and you watch as a perfect a perfect facsimile of the Jimothy portal. Strange sounds, the coruscating rainbow lights, and everything just starts to just swells into being in the middle of the camp. Immediately, the 30 soldiers like, what the fuck? And they start grabbing portal guns. Some of them actually try and shoot into the portal.
I make
in
it like
desperation.
make little sort of big warp streamfold explosions whenever they shoot into it. And
you see them all
I
starting
sort
to
of make it
distance.
small, like just before a storm, like that kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
like you get full
Nice.
sensory
Ozone.
experience. Like just sparks of ozone. Like everything is. And at that point, you hear just quickly, just as this is happening, you also hear just from the forest to the north. You guys are approaching, we'll say, from the east. Just a couple of strangled sounds, which you realise you've been. But as this happens, and the soldiers who are kind of distracted by the sight of the portal, you see a figure, just a silhouette of a long-limbed, grey-skinned humanoid figure, stitched on head, stitched up gut, and a long noose in its hand. Hooks the noose onto a tree and a long coil of rope around its waist, and swings down towards the portal that
I'd
it
like
can
to make
see.
it do a really loud roar to try and make the soldiers go away. Like there's
Oh yeah, no, they're all giving this thing a good 10-foot radius. But although as he passes, the figure swings down, just almost unthinkingly slashes with his claws at one of the figures in the way, just purely as an afterthought. Go for that. Yeah, that's enough. And just just grabs just one soldier's throat, crushes his windpipe with one hand, slashes open his belly, and says, "I'm sorry to make I am sorry to make this rather swift, but thank you for the parting gift, and leaps into the portal!
Is he within 120
And
feet?
stands on the other side. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh, shit. Oh. That's something I wanted to do as soon as I saw him.
Oh, no. If you've got a thing prepared, you can do that.
Was he within 120 feet?
Yes, it is.
He must be, because
the portal is 120 feet from where you are.
As soon as I see him, I would like to cast Slow.
Okay. Is that a wisdom save?
Yeah, and up to 6 creatures within a 40-foot cube of him. If there's any of the soldiers...
Just go,
why
yeah,
not?
easily. You grab a random 6 of the soldiers. We'll say
up to 6, so including him, 5 soldiers.
So 5 soldiers. And we'll say you include the sergeant in that, because she's quite nearby. Okay. Let's get the stats for the gallows man up. That is... okay, as it strikes... You feel the net kind of...
I kind of want to use a... with Bend Luck...
Yeah.
I can do it before all the effects take place, but after they've rolled.
Okay, well...
But I know what my spell save is. Is that cheating?
No, that's not cheating. So, as you cast it, you can feel the spell it's taking effect. They did not meet your save DC.
Okay, so I don't need to bend luck.
Yeah, you don't need to bend luck. However, you can feel the spell closing in on your targets. The 5 soldiers all suddenly, it's as if they're moving through molasses. But as you see Smith's action start to slow, you see he seems to just shudder for a moment and shrug, and then springs back into action. The good news is you got him to use up his legendary resistance.
I mean, that's not a bad thing, actually.
He's not slowed. Okay, so if I can have those initiative scores, please.
Okay.
12 from me.
11.
13. Hey, 11, 12, 13.
Corzin, 11 from Scamp. Let's see how Fighty did. Fighty got a 9.
Fighty never rolls good initiative, I swear. He never rolls good initiative.
Right. Let's just roll for the soldiers and see what they got. Okay.
I'm really hoping we don't fight them.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. And then let's roll for Smith. Okay. So, top of the round, it's the soldiers.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
So, they've not seen you.
Good.
He's just killed one of them.
They didn't see really. They've just seen weird shit happen. Didn't peg the illusion on you. They noticed that they've slowed, but something horrifying has just gone into the center of all of this and decided to start trying to murder them all. So they're going to attack Smith now.
Okay, thin red line or blue line, navy blue.
The thin blue line it's kind of divided. They just kind of present muskets from the.
I love slowed down voices.
Love it. Yeah.
So there are 30 of them. So, fun fact: the Dungeon Master's Guide has rules for massed volleys of NPCs against a single character.
Oh, interesting.
Just in case this happens. It basically
I was unaware of that.
Yeah, it gets statistical, is what happens.
Interesting.
It's kind of a
We're about to get statistical.
God, we're fucking nerds, aren't we?
Yeah.
I just had a moment of we're such fucking nerds. That's not a bad thing. I just noticed it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can just quickly find it. It's somewhere at the back near the monster generation area. I realised this because this is actually an occasion where this might be useful. Okay. So can't find it. I'll just do it from memory. Read it today. I'm sure I can remember it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what do they need to hit him? What can they actually manage to achieve? Well, the good news is that means that they've got something like a 35% chance of hitting him. So let's say 30. What's a third? 10. Okay, let's just do this. In the interest of me not rolling
thousands of checks,
not rolling 20d6, let's do that as a straight round. So that's 7. That's 1, 8. Okay! With an impressive series of blasts. Smith takes 80 points of damage.
Jesus.
Nice.
Hello.
As he is just gunned repeatedly by all of these fucking entities.
Is he
Let's
still up?
never let those rules be used against us. Just never let that happen.
Yeah.
That would be horrifying.
Yeah. So, this is where things are going to get interesting.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, so the first thing Smith is going to do, realizing that the gate is not real, is he's going to take a legendary action and leaps into the air to the far side of the clearing. So he's now on the west. You said you guys were approaching from the east, I think. No?
Yeah.
Well, fuck it, you're approaching from the east. He heads over to the west side and leaps into the trees there. So he is now 150 feet from you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is an important thing to be aware of. And then it's his turn. Okay, so... it's kind of... Yeah, he's a weird one. He moves behind... one of the tree trunks so that he has some cover, and will say, you see here the rope around his waist. He flicks his hands forwards, and 3 coils of rope come into just uncoil and snake outwards, forming little nooses at their ends. And I'll roll an attack for each of these. Let's see if he hits. Okay. Only misses with one of them. One of the nooses flies past, and you see the musketmen there kind of duck out of the way and miss. The other 2, the nooses slip down over their necks, and they are just pulled into the woods. Just drags them back, and they vanish into the darkness. Smith steps behind the tree again, and you just see a moment where he just leaps. He is also hiding on this occasion. See if he's well enough to bypass your passive perceptions. Okay, Smith is currently hidden from you. You do not know where he is. You will need to, if you want to try and search him out, you'll need a perception check.
Okay.
Smith is gone. So this is Corzin next.
Okay. Corzin is going to try and skirt around the edge of the circle, moving to where he thinks Smith's last known location is, keeping an eye out for him.
Okay, so it's worth mentioning.
Check?
You guys are 90 feet from the edge of the circle right now, from the opposite end. So you're still, as I said, you're a good 150 feet away from Smith's last known location. So
I was just thinking if I cross it, then the soldiers are going to see me, and
so you're kind of getting closer. All right, we'll say that accounting for little diagonal distances, you've moved so that you're now 130 feet away.
Okay.
From where you last saw him. Give me a perception check.
Okay, perception. Do I still have advantage? Or no, I would have to cast Hunter's Mark on him.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so just regular perception. That is a 13.
Okay. So that's a 13. No, you're kind of scanning the trees, but you can't see catch any sight of him. Looking up, though, you can see the last rays of sunlight are now departing. The sun has almost finished setting. Okay, next up in the initiative order, it's Celestia.
I'm gonna move up to where Corzin is as well.
Yep.
So I'm gonna move another 30 feet.
Yep. So you can actually move slightly past Corzin because you've got longer legs. If you
There's
want.
not a lot I can do to Smith from here. Is it an action to try and spot him? Or
Yes, it's an action to make a perception check. Once you've spotted him, you can call out his location to everyone else. But
Yeah.
do I want to do that, or do I want to try and get rid of the soldiers?
The soldiers are attacking him as much as we are at the moment, so...
True.
Also, as a note on the mass combat rules, generally it won't be a case where 30 soldiers all try and shoot one target, normally.
Yeah. But they would have done, like,
Yeah,
it's a fair decision. Like,
no. Like, if you guys
decision.
end up in this situation, that's not really the rule we'd necessarily use. At least they try and spread them out amongst all of you.
Yeah. Because the thing is, the soldiers are good for shooting him, but we also can't go anywhere while they're there. So I'm trying to work out if I want to make some of them run away.
It's up to you.
Yeah, fuck it. I've thought of something. So,
Okay.
I can manipulate this image.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's
Does that take an action? I assume it does.
Let me check the rules on that.
I've got a spell card, but it'll say more in the book.
It'll say more in the book. So, major image. This, from memory, I don't think it does.
Oh, so I might be able to do both.
You might be able to, but let me just check. Because it's... Major image. You create an object, lasts for the duration, concentration up to 10 minutes. Yep. As long as you're in the range, you can use your action to cause the image to move to any other spot within range.
Not moving it.
As the image changes location, you can alter its appearance so the movements appear natural for the image. Interesting. I would rule that... Oh, okay, no. Similarly, you can cause the illusion to make different sounds at different times, even making it carry on a conversation. So yeah, it's an action to manipulate the image. Because at the moment it's kind of in a stable loop of being
a portal.
the Dreamfall portal. But if you want to make it do a significantly different thing, it takes an action.
Yeah, fuck it. So I think clearing the way for us would not be a bad shout. So I'm going to make it sort of open up like it's a smiling mouth. It's still a portal. And it's just going to go, run.
Oh, nice. I'll let you combine that with an intimidation check.
Thank you.
That's horrifying.
Nice.
Ooh. 27.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a magic number in my head, and you beat it. The soldiers start to... Almost all of the soldiers, except for the poor sods who are slowed, in the middle, who start moving very slowly, begin sort of looking... Oh, shit! And they start backing and turning. It's not their turn yet.
Ooh, this was a good spell choice, guys.
Yeah, you can see they all look spooked. I'm going to say they're all frightened of the portal right now.
Right, cool.
They're all frightened because the magic number is 25 for everyone.
Oh, awesome.
With reducing numbers, less meaning less of them are affected.
Yeah, everyone's horrified.
So yeah, everyone's horrified of this fucking just like giant mouth.
Bonus action that I can do because I've moved and done an action, but I could do a bonus action.
Yep.
Fuck it. Corzin, get the fucker. Inspiration.
Hey.
Excellent, thank you. So that's a D8 now, isn't it?
Yes, darling. Yes, a D8.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, next up in initiative, it's Scamp. Yes, Scamp.
Again, can I move a little bit more towards where I think he might have been?
Okay, you're joining the other two.
So moving that way, but not in a clump.
Okay,
I want to
so not
keep
in a
enough
clump,
distance that
keeping
he
distance.
can't do the 3 nooses out thing that he did
Yep.
before.
Fair enough. So you're
No, eyeball it so that I'm not in the same range.
yeah,
as
you're
them.
kind of broadly going, but you're good. I'm going to say you're a good 15 feet away from them.
Cool. And I guess I have a little look around because there's not much else to do.
Okay, give me a perception check.
5.
Oh, sorry. No. Also, I've been criminally wasting those legendary actions. Okay, those legendary actions have now been taken.
It's a 5.
That's ominous.
Yeah, you do not see him. Okay. So that makes it Fighty's go. Unless you've got... Sorry, do you have a bonus action you want to take?
Nah, not really.
Cool. Alright. Fighty is going to move next to Scamp. Because got limited movement, but also kind of just like wanting to give some protection to Scamp if need be. And similarly staying hidden from the soldiers is going to try and look for that. Oh, I actually need to check Fighty's... Fighty has a -2 to perception, so don't know why I bothered with that. That was a
Is
12.
he even capable of rolling high enough?
That was a 12. I mean, he could have gotten a crit, but yeah, yeah. No, Fighty does not see.
Not his area.
Not see Smith either. Last legendary reaction taken. Okay, so at which point the round comes. That's the end of round 1, and the sun sets. Celestia, you can see this because you're kind of consciously aware of the difference between your portal and what's really in the center, and you see the first gold and red ribbons start to form, like St. Elmo's fire, just like little glimmerings begin to burn up the interior of the 3 pillars. It's not here yet, but you can tell that the true portal is forming. Now that the sun is set. So round 2 has begun. The soldiers go first, and with the exception of the poor sods who are slowed, who only make it a small distance because they can just about move, and that's it. They get 30 feet. So they get to the edge of the clearing. The rest of them break. The soldiers all just start running in every direction. They are blankly terrified. Fun fact, you pretty much could have gotten exactly the same result with a fear spell.
Yeah.
Without a check.
It's a route. It's essentially a route.
Not exactly, but
Not
Quite
quite,
the
though,
same.
because it's a 30-foot cone.
true, you'd have probably gotten about
So
half of them.
I wouldn't have got all of them.
Yeah. Still, though, on this occasion, though, yeah, hitting a 25 DC with a fucking monster mouth, yeah, no, they are gone.
Yeah.
They want no part of this.
Mostly wanted them to break rank, to be honest, so that we
Yeah.
don't have to run across a
3
big
of
camp
them-
of soldiers to get to who
3
we
of
wanted
them
to
run
get to.
past you. I'm going to see if they care. They don't. None of them rolled below a 10 on their attitude score. None of them give a shit right now. There are bigger worries for them.
Not getting eaten, for one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
As the portal is just... it's making nom-nomming sounds in the middle. Okay. Which makes it Smith's go. Under the circumstances, then... Yeah, I know you'd go for. There is a sound from above. Celestia, give me make a dexterity save with disadvantage.
Oh, that's really scary.
Tell me what you get.
Oh, it's not great, guys. That is a 12.
I will add a D4 to that and use
Thank
some
you.
sorcery points.
Oh, be lovely.
Okay.
It feels like it could help.
14.
Not quite enough. You see the shadowy above only a moment too late as a noose drops from above and around your neck, and you just feel you are hoisted 10 feet into the air as you see the gangly form of Stringer Smith above. Ties off the... is he going to bother moving? Yeah, fuck it. He leaps another 40 feet away towards the center of the clearing. So
I lose concentration, by the way, if that required a check.
Kind of would have at the end of your turn, but not yet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because it doesn't deal you damage yet.
Oh, right, cool. Okay,
Yeah,
so
this works under suffocation rules.
do I make it again, or do you want me to use
Not
that
exactly.
one?
We'll get to that
Cool.
in a minute when it's your turn. But actually, no. I'll tell you what happens.
I'm a bad
You're being
person to be
strangled.
suffocating.
You are currently being strangled. Breaking free of the strangle requires you to make an athletics or acrobatics check, or someone else to make an athletics check, or enough damage to be dealt to the rope to break you free.
Mm-hmm.
While strangled, your speed is 0. You can survive a number of rounds equal to your Constitution modifier, minimum 1. At the end of that last round, you drop to 0 hit points and pass out.
Oh no.
At the end of every turn, you remain strangled while at 0 hit points. You lose 2 death saving throws.
Oh,
I
shit.
have a con modifier of -1.
Yes.
So what does
So
this
you've
mean?
got one, you've got
Minimum
one round.
So
Got
at the
one
end
round.
of your
Good,
turn,
good.
if you are still in the noose, you'll drop unconscious.
Right,
You'll drop to 0.
cool.
So you have been noosed, and yes, Smith is going to drag you with him. So
Shit.
it's actually 20 feet away because it's half speed to drag someone. So you are swung between the trees, fumbling at your throat as Smith leaps forwards. So yeah, you guys are now. We'll say that you're now about 40 feet from the edge of the clearing. Actually, no, it would be even closer than that. You're about 20 feet from the edge of the clearing now. But you're just suspended from this rope in the air. Given that he can't really hide while you are hanging from a rope with him, he ties off the rope, the noose, onto a tree above, and then steps behind the trunk to give himself partial cover. That is Smith's turn. Corzin, you're up next.
Okay. Well, I obviously can't reach Celestia if she's 10 foot above me.
Mm-hmm.
But would it be possible to shoot out the rope or the branch it's attached to?
Yes, if you can do enough damage to the rope and or branch, as the case may be. Branch
Okay,
would be easier to hit, but likely to have more hit points, potentially.
No, it's the only thing I can do. I'm gonna take out my pistols and try and take it down.
Okay.
Because it's still within range of those, so I should be alright.
Alright, give me some shots.
Okay, first one. That is a 25 to hit.
That hits the rope, roll damage.
Okay, it's a D10. Ice cream dice don't fail me now. That's 6 percussive.
The rope frays and lower, and you feel it around your throat as you sort of drop about 2 inches,
Yeah.
but not enough to break it entirely.
Alright, second shot. That is an 11 to hit.
Smacks into a tree nearby, misses. It's a thin,
Damn
small
it.
target.
Yeah, just give me a chance to do things on that one. When people... Before you say what happens, because I could have...
Oh,
added
sorry,
to that.
my apologies.
Also, don't forget your inspiration.
Actually, yeah.
This is a
can
valid point.
But
I
it's
will
too
say,
late.
like,
We've said what
look, the
happened.
fact is, partly because of the distance, like, and technical issues, because we all record and there's like a slight amount of delay, you can interrupt. I will make it a house rule that you can interrupt me while I'm delivering the result and try to bend luck.
Right.
Okay, I probably won't think fast enough to do that if you've started talking, if I'm honest.
Okay,
But continue.
But yeah, like if you do think to do it, like do interrupt me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll try to make a call. But on this occasion, if you want to, I'll let you bro better luck.
It feels like it's cheating at this point because you did say.
But if you want to use the inspiration, you can though, Corzin.
Okay, I think it was close enough. It's worth it. So I'm going to use the
D8,
inspiration.
it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Potentially, anyway.
Okay. Would a subsequent thought, so that there'd be 15. Would that hit?
Just narrowly passes by it.
Okay.
Damn it!
Should have done. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it had to be done.
Okay. That's both your pistols. I mean, do you have 3 pistols? Because technically you can... Oh, no, that requires feet to do the pistol bandolier thing.
Yeah, no, I've just got 2. Bollocks.
Yeah, okay. You've still got your bonus action, though. No, sorry, that takes your bonus action to fire the second pistol.
Yeah,
what am I
second
talking
bonus
about? Nonsense. Okay, do you, and you've moved as close as you can beneath her already, I think you said.
That's all I can do.
So, end of your turn. Smith is going to take He's going to take legendary action, and reaches down with another of the ropes, sort of snake-like, unhooks from his belly and whips down at you with a little noose at the end. That's a 17 to hit.
Can I do a minus D4 on that one?
Yes, you can. Roll the D4.
I can't remember your armor class, but it feels like that might do a difference.
How many of those do you get?
-4. It's 2 sorcery points to do it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So -4.
Yeah, and it's my reaction, so that's my reaction.
That's 13, and I know for a fact that's not enough to hit.
No.
I need to learn your guys' armor classes.
Yeah.
That would be really helpful.
My armor class is 15.
14.
Okay!
You see the noose snaking down, and just at that moment, Corzin, whether it's your halfling luck or some other fact, you kind of slip on a rotting old leaf and stumble, and it just pulls your head out of the way. Okay. Celestia, you have this round of consciousness.
So the rope's pretty frayed, yeah?
Rope's pretty frayed. You're stuck. You can't move from your current location, but otherwise you're free to move.
Can I get my rapier out and try and cut the rest of it?
Yes, you can. Make an attack roll.
Okay.
Go on.
Come on. Oh, dirty 20.
Okay, roll damage.
Okay, come on.
How do you get enough?
8.
Sing! You drop to the ground, landing on your knees, and pull open the noose. Okay, you are no longer suffocating.
Bonus action. Bonus action, is there anything I want to do? Sorry, I'm panicking.
Do you have cutting words, vicious mockery, something?
Vicious mockery is not a bonus action, darling. It's an action. I mean, I've not taken any damage, have I?
No.
No, you don't actually take damage
until
from that, unless you're suffocated.
I'm going to leave it, I think.
Okay. The from above then.
Oh, and I'll try and move behind some sort of cover if I can.
Okay, you
I'll
cover.
do that. That's my other thing.
It's been helpful. Everything you've done, all the times you've ran. But all you can do is delay the gallows man. And legendary action. Smith is going to whip down again. And this is just a straight up whip attack. We'll say Celestia because you got out of his clutches. That is a 25 to hit.
Oh my god, it's so hit.
It's kind of wraps around your free hand for a moment. The noose tightens for a moment before pulling off. It doesn't get your neck, but it does kind of scrape at all of the skin along.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
It's awful rope burn. You only take 5 points of damage though.
Oh.
These are comparatively little attacks. So that makes it Scamp's go.
Okay, can I see him? I can't I, at this point? And how far away is he?
You can see him. He is currently 20 feet away from you. Technically 30 feet if you are... more like maybe 40 feet if you count for the fact that he's high up in the air.
Do I get my reaction back on the beginning of my turn?
You get your reaction back when your turn starts.
So I've got my reaction back now?
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, I will move so that we're not too much clumped again, just making sure we're staying apart. And I will try slow again.
Okay. New wisdom save. You see his movements, his reactions just slow down to a glacial pace. Okay?
Nice.
And I will use a bonus action to convert a first level spell to sorcery points.
Okay.
Nice.
I gotta check something. I'm pretty
I'm going to keep as much out of his range as possible if I've got any more movement.
You could conceivably, if you wanted to move, because how much range does slow have? What's the distance on that?
It's a lot, 120.
Yeah, if you wanted to get well out of his way, you were 20 feet away, so...
I don't want to be too far from my friends.
Okay, you've got up to 30 feet of movement, so you could move a full, 50 feet away? 70 feet away from him if you went just the other way. But it would also put you 50 feet from your friends.
I can't move that much, though. Okay. Oh, I was away from them.
You start 20 feet away from to begin with.
Sorry, brain not working.
I
will put myself... 7... How... Maths. 40 feet... at least 50 feet from him.
Okay, you put yourself 50 feet from him, which I'm going to say leaves you, a good 30 feet from your friends because of height differences. Okay, so Scamp is over here, and that's 30 and 50 by height. Fine. So this is where I quickly check a certain effect Slow has and how much that affects one of his abilities. Target speed is halved. Awesome. -2 penalty to AC and Dex saves. Can't use reactions. Either an action or a bonus action, but not both. Cannot make more than one ranged or melee attack during its turn. Okay. Technically, doesn't say no legendary actions, and I don't think it would. And I really don't want to set up a precedent where you can cancel out legendary actions.
No, that's
legendary actions kind of feel like their own thing.
They are legendary.
Yeah, they're like another turn, so he can do an action on his own little legendary turn, which is the legendary action. So that's
which he will now do. And he is going to launch a whip out. 50 feet's not quite far enough. At Scamp. So that is a 17 to hit.
Can I use my reaction to
yes, you can.
Do a -d4 to that? I don't know what to roll. Oh, it's another 4! Ha! Thank you, Rainbow Dice. I love my
should be
Rainbow
enough
Dice.
to put you below the mage armor limit.
Below 15, yeah.
Yeah, as the whip slices forwards, it just kind of catches on a tree branch and doesn't quite reach you before slithering back around Smith's midriff. Okay, I think that's all of his legendary actions for this turn, which makes it Fighty's go. Fighty is going to run up beneath him and flip the fuck out.
Yes.
Why don't you come down here and pick a fight with someone considerably smaller than you?
Perfect.
Fighty is going to throw knives.
I love him so much.
Because Smith is 20 feet in the air. Can't reach him with his usual
Whack him in the
tactics.
face, Fighty.
So let's throw 2 knives. Because he can do that. And you know what? Let's do this recklessly. Yeah, you can reckless with a ranged attack. That's fine. So one of those was a crit, and the other was only was a 15, which is not quite. Was a 15. You've used your reaction, so I don't have to wait. Was not quite enough to hit. So one knife flies up into the air and then lands on the ground, but the other one manages to catch him right where the C-section scarring would be. So that's doubly knife effect. Okay, total of 10 points of damage. Given the damage he's already sustained, that's not bad.
Really not bad.
Top of the round. Soldiers continue running into the distance. These slowed soldiers.
They're not slowed anymore, it's concentration.
Actually,
those guys are fine.
Technically, you started a new slow. Suddenly break out of their glacial speed and burst away.
Sorry.
Nice.
Okay, so that makes it at the end of their turn, and he's going to use every fucking advantage he can get. Let's use a legendary action, whip attack against Scamp.
Well, you run out.
New round.
Oh, new round, of course it is.
Yep. That's a 24.
Fucking
yeah,
hell.
I was gonna.
Yeah, that one hits.
About that.
So you take 7 points of slashing damage and a concentration save, a concentration check, please.
Okay.
Which is actually
I'm gonna Tides of Chaos this.
Okay, tides are active.
I just don't want to fail it. Yeah, one of those was bad, so that's good. That's like 24.
Oh yeah, it's well above 10.
Woo.
Yeah, the 6 would have been good enough. My con save's nice.
Yeah,
oh well.
it's great. Okay.
Worth using.
You are 50 feet from him, which makes a difference because he might only have half speed, but he's got a speed of 40 normally. So for his turn, he is. Oh yeah, by the way, start the new round. Round 3. The Celestia, I guess you're still concentrating on you've still got the major illusion up in your mind, so you can just see that coming through it, that sort of St. Elmo's fire of orange and of gold and red begins now to spiral into a little vortex, into a very thin vortex in the very center of the 3 stones. It kind of pulses and starts to grow larger and larger, but it's not quite wide enough for someone to fit through. But it can't be long now. Okay, that makes it still Smith's go. Sorry, I've lost track. So
legendary actions get confusing. It's
so
cool.
Smith is gonna. Yeah, he needs this broken if he can. He's gonna leap. He's gonna leap 20 feet closer to Scamp, putting you within the 30-foot reach I need. So the primary noose is launched forwards from his hand. The good news is you got rid of his bonus action, so he couldn't hide to give beforehand to make this harder. So a straight dexterity check, please, Scamp.
Check or save?
Sorry, save.
It makes no difference,
Save.
actually. Okay.
Check, but
Boy,
it
I
is
can't do
save.
anything to do about this. Oh, that's really good for me. That's 18.
Oh, that's not bad.
Just enough.
Yes!
You look back. You kind of almost fall back onto your arse before and scramble up, just managing to slip the supernaturally guided noose. It just closes shut in midair and then slinks back to his hands. Tricksy one, let's call a truce. I can always let you slip the noose. This world is full of fun, it seems. But let me go back to the land of dreams. That is
Pass.
Okay, that's the end of Smith's turn. Corzin.
He gets another save at the end of his turn, though.
He does. Thank you. Nope. We're good.
Cool.
Okay, can I get within 60 feet of him?
Oh, you're already within 60 feet of him. He is,
Hunter's mark like a motherfucker.
he's 40 feet away
Yes.
from you, accounting for vertical distance.
Right, okay. Both barrels. Boom.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay, the first one is gonna be a 12 to hit.
That's not enough. Nope. Okay,
Nope.
so
Don't think so. Okay, second one.
smashes against a tree.
That's going to be a dirty 20.
That is enough. This one impacts.
Right, okay.
Uh,
Okay, so that's 11 percussive damage and Hunter's Mark. Further 3, so yeah, 14 total.
Cool.
I'm trying to cover as much ground as I can between me and him. If I'm in within 60 feet, I'm moving towards him. I'm still shooting, but I'm trying to close the distance to melee.
Okay. You get. I mean, you can get directly beneath him. He's 20 feet. He's basically like 15 feet up in the air.
All right, yeah. If I'm directly beneath him, I'm going to get there. Start reloading my pistols.
Yeah.
And say, "Come on, we've got unfinished business."
Smith kind of grin as the bullet strikes Smith. You see the flesh kind of explodes, and what seems like black blood sort of spurts forth, but it suddenly seems to turn powdery and almost wisps away into the air, leaving just like a dark hole where you've shot him. Now that you look at it, you can see his body's riddled with these dark holes from all of the musket fire that came at him earlier. He's in a pretty bad state, at least.
I mean, he's taken upwards of 100 damage.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah,
he has. And he grins down at you with his blackened teeth and just empty black eyes. I should thank you for your dreams, but we're finished now. You brought me into being. And he's going to legendary action. I think how close is it? Okay, no. Straight down then. He is going to whip. It might not be enough anyway. That's a 13.
13? No.
Yeah, just you pull out of the way and it just kind of slashes against the thick waistcoat you wear. All right. 1, 2. He's got one left. Yes, he does. Okay, Celestia, you're up next.
Okay. How far away from him am I right now?
He's about 40 feet away because
Great.
of the
I'm going to stay where I am. So I'm going to look up at him and say, it's a good thing you changed your fucking name because Stringer Smith's really not that intimidating, and I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers at level 3.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's... Wisdom.
Finally. So that's a 16.
Yeah.
No, sorry, not a 16. That's an 18 on the save.
He saves.
Yeah.
But he still takes half damage, so I will roll
Right.
that. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a shame, it's really good damage. 6, 9, 14, 20 damage, so he takes 10.
As your words strike him, you see there's almost strange lashes to his being, and sections of him ripple and sort of flake away into this black dust, which kind of evaporates away, as if your words are having a very physical impact on his existence.
Now turn to Scamp and go, Scamp, finish the fucker, and you're going to get inspiration.
Nice.
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's a D8.
Thank you. That's lovely.
Yeah, okay, for his legendary action, he is going to leap away from Corzin towards Celestia. He gets 20 feet closer. He's now 20 feet closer to you. Which
Is he on the ground or is he
no,
up
he's in the air. Until he gets within the clearing, he can still stay in the trees. So he, by the way, based on that position, he is now, being over where Celestia is, He is currently 20 feet from the edge of the clearing, 50 feet from the portal.
Cool.
Okay.
Which is worth noting. And directly above Celestia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Scamp.
Okay. Oh. Right. To the end of its turn. I'm just trying to work out how long does command last? It's till the end of the creature's turn, isn't it?
It's one full turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anywhere around that I can hide?
There's trees everywhere.
Right. Lovely. Then how far away is he from me at the moment?
Right now he's the full 50 feet away from you again.
Cool. I will cast... I'm just double checking this isn't concentration. No, it's not. I will cast command on him.
Okay.
And just say, freeze!
Ooh.
15.
Save is 16.
Shit. Okay. Alright.
And... what's going to be more useful? Oh, let's do some damage, sod it. I will back away some. I will back away 30 feet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will quicken a firebolt so I can do it as a... Oh, not... Yeah, it has to be a cantrip, doesn't it? Yeah, I will quicken a firebolt so I can do it as a bonus action.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, that should be enough, actually. I don't think I need the inspiration. That's a 22.
That is enough.
hit.
That hits.
Nice.
I don't know if fire's going to hurt him very badly, but let's try it.
Give it a crack.
I've not actually hit him with anything yet, so...
He's made out of mainly rope. You'd hope so.
Oh, not bad. 12. Yes, 12 fire damage.
You see the rope catches and burns. And some more and more of this flesh is beginning to sort of slough away into this fine black dust.
Oh, grim. That's my bonus action, that's my movement, that's my action, that's everything.
Okay, Fighty's going to throw some knives. One of those hits. There's an extra few points of damage. Extra 6 there. Okay. Top of the round. Let me just check this. Freeze. Doesn't move, takes no actions. Means... Great, so you can just stun a creature for a turn. Okay. I guess he's... takes no legendary actions, cannot take any actions until the end of his turn. So, all of those actions...
Sorry.
No, that's fine, that's the end of his turn. Now he gets to roll his save against slow.
Yeah.
Nope, still slowed.
Excellent.
Okay. No. I'm like frustrated for the. It's like I can get frustrated, doesn't
Oh no, you're totally allowed to.
Yeah.
I do feel like a dick for doing it.
It's fine.
It's
All
exactly
right.
what Scamp would do, though.
Yeah.
I took a lot of utility spells.
No. This is really efficient. It's like the. Yep. No. That's.
He's running for a portal. I just need to slow him
Yeah.
down.
No. This is exactly the right thing to do. It's like, well, shit. The command spell. I did not realize the command spell could be used to stun a creature for a turn. Okay. That's fine. I deliberately didn't give him a very high wisdom score. Okay, so that's his turn. That's it. Okay, Corzin.
Okay.
Damn it, he's basically this feels. I feel like a callback to Tasha's hideous laughter at the start of the campaign now.
Yeah.
We are never going to fight another creature with low wisdom. That's what's going to happen now.
Okay. Corzin is going to try and close the distance as best he can again and unload 2 more pistol shots into him.
Okay, go for it.
First one. That's a 22.
That
to
hits.
Woo!
Right, okay. So first lot of damage. is a 6 percussive.
Okay. Next attack.
Second shot. That's a 23 to hit, so yeah.
Roll damage.
Oh, yeah, that's 14 percussive. And I've
Okay.
got Hunter's Mark. That's my bonus action, isn't it? Or is it just there?
It's just
It's
up.
there,
You're
it's there.
concentrating on
Right,
it.
in which
Concentrate on
case
it.
then, as my bonus action, I am going to invoke Slayer's Prey as well.
Okay, go for it.
So, firstly, the Hunter's Mark. That's an extra 2 points of damage. With the Slayer's Prey, for an extra 6 points of damage.
Okay. He, as his legendary action, Smith leaps from the tree, and you see him. He gets it. He's in the air, halfway to the portal, which has, in the fourth final round, swelled just wide enough that you can see the river beyond. You take 2 shots. Finish him.
Okay, as he is sailing through the air, I let off the first one. It knocks him off course. He lands on the ground. I walk up to him, and I place the barrel of one of my pistols against his head and say, "You should have stayed dead."
So cool.
And as you blast, as you fire the shot, it smashes through his head, and the skull, and pretty swiftly, just turns to black dust, the same fine black dust as the fingerwoods, and just splinters. You see as the whole body then begins to just crumble into this same fine black powder, and starts to wisp away. There's a moment where you, Corzin and Celestia, see just the outline of something struggling to hold together the image of Stringer Smith rise from the ashes, fighting, trying to keep this shape before becoming more and more diffuse, and then seeming to just crumble into a greyish blob of wisps of spirit before floating back into through the dream portal into the dream fold, no longer cohesive.
Fucking hell. One didn't get away. That never happens.
Yeah, but we killed him once before. I don't know if this is going to be the end of it.
I'm not letting him get away again.
I mean, hopefully we didn't.
So the wisps that went sort of back through the portal to the Dreamfold, is it still kind of like diffusing?
Yeah, they're kind of like diffuse, like they tried to keep the form, and you could see almost like a spirit form echo Smith, but it couldn't hold it.
Sort of like smoke.
Yeah.
Okay, Corzin is going to spend the next several minutes just sort of kicking the ashes to side, trying
As you
to
do, they
displace
kind of
them as
wisp
much as
into the
possible.
air and just start. They're already starting to evaporate out of existence. Without the identity holding them together, the Dreamfold stuff can't really exist in this world.
Okay, I look around at the others and say, right, we got to get out of here. I don't suppose the soldiers are going to be gone for long.
No, but I don't fancy being here if anything else comes through that.
But, counterpoint, there's a whole bunch of food and supplies here that's really needed by the town. If you give me 10 minutes to make my little thingamajig, we could take a lot back.
Oh, you have such a point. Let's do that.
Right, okay.
They've
Let's
probably
make
got
sure nothing
medical
comes through this
stuff,
portal.
haven't
Or is there a way to close it prematurely, Fighty?
No, pretty much not. No. We'll just stand guard whilst we're doing this.
All right.
And you do. Over the next 10 minutes, pretty much nothing else. There's, apart from the disturbing view to the river, nothing comes out of it.
the river that we saw.
Yeah, it's the river from here. You can see the multicolored river with the sky above.
I say to Farty, is that the one you ended up in a gondola on?
I said I don't want to talk about it.
All right.
But
Do we see anything else in the distance? Or do we just see river?
Just the river, and in the distance, just wisps and images of different places that fade in and out of existence.
So interesting.
Just a city, a hedge maze, some sort of a castle surrounded by woods. Like the whole place is in flux. You do catch briefly a glimpse of a palace with an open balcony and stairs, but it vanishes. However, over 10 minutes, you conjure together the shimmering platform and begin piling as much food and supplies as you can. You actually get a good 500 pounds of food and supply.
Yeah, I'm really tired, so I'm just going to let you guys do this bit and have a little nap on the floor.
And struggling back out, you emerge over the course of the next hour. You head back towards the village of, the town of Benoisville. And you can see in the very distance, you hear almost the sound of fireworks. But as you emerge, finally you see a contingent of blue-coated soldiers has arrived. Easily, perhaps 150 of them. You can see where they have been. Some they have just been executing. Others they've been capturing the deserters that have fled out of the woods and binding them with rope or manacles. Others they've just been summarily executing if they try to run. And as you return, you can see that you find yourself. You can see actually someone has very much shot the sergeant that was at the head of this group of deserters in the head and left them by the roadside after making sure to swiftly decapitate them as well. There's a lot of
commanding officer,
a lot of proper corpse disposal, although very abrupt corpse disposal in place. You see some of them have what are essentially like entrenching spades that they are just using to swiftly decapitate with.
Whoa. Oh, that makes me feel really sick. Yuck.
But and you see the villagers, the various townsfolk are gathered around in the centre as the soldiers have moved into place. And upon seeing you emerge with the platform full of supplies, you see a group of the soldiers, about 6 of them, march towards you. Hello! Major Jardine... Actually, it wouldn't be Major, sorry, this would actually be... Sergeant Jardine wishes to speak to you.
Right.
Take us to Sergeant Sardine, then.
Jardine, but regardless. And
Sardine.
You're taken to a...
I just wanted to say Sardine.
Okay, you're taken to a human woman, very short-cut black hair, who is wearing a much better kept sergeant's uniform and is accompanied by about 30 of the 150 or so soldiers who are busy securing the area. I take it we have you to thank for driving these individuals out. And she's giving a concerned look at the tiefling, but seems to have more important things on their mind, although they're giving distrustful looks towards you, Scamp.
You know,
I'm an adult
genuinely
dwarf.
do have us to thank. That did happen. We did actually drive those people out.
You might say that, yes.
We literally did. That genuinely happened.
Sergeant Jardine of the 42nd Infantry, and we are here to put the region into order. You, she says to about a dozen of them. Take those supplies into custody. We'll need them to support the regiment.
No, those belong
the
to the
villagers
town.
Are fucked. They could use some of them.
And yet it is in our right to requisition supplies when we need them. An army marches on its stomach, and we must requisition supplies if we are to protect this area.
I thought an army was supposed to protect its people.
Well, we can hardly do that if we cannot eat.
You'll look
These
fine
people
to
will
me.
starve. Surely you can
Nevertheless,
do something.
and you see there are about 30 soldiers who are moving into an encircling position around you. Sergeant Jardine hasn't drawn her weapon, but she's just folding her arms. You will surrender the supplies and be on your way.
Well, know that there are starving people around, and I hope you give some of it to them.
What can be spared will be.
Great.
But I must look after my men.
Well, I hope you sleep well tonight.
No one are among thieves.
Some of the soldiers move forward to begin taking the supply crates away. I believe you will find the bridge that way. Best of luck on your journey.
Yeah,
You
good luck
too.
with the forest full of monsters.
You see, you head towards the edge of the town where you see emerging, kind of very obviously from a conceal, from one of the bar. You actually see Ivan is there, kind of like this way. When we saw the army was coming into town, we hid in one of the barns to avoid everything getting taken.
Yeah, good shout. Let's go.
You meet back up with Elizabeth and the guards, and swiftly begin making your way onwards on the road towards Alessant. And that is where we will pick up next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
There's terrors roaming across the land, and nightmare comes with hemp in hand. When famine's left us with no hope, at least we need not fear the rope.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.